Y'all can hear me? All right. We up and running. See if we got ourselves going. Just had a thing where it said I needed to update my drivers, which is dumb because I streamed literally last night. How's everybody doing? I'll let people start to file in, as long as it's obviously up and running. Looks like we are. I think people will get their ads, their automated ads and all that stuff to start it off, probably. Automated ads. As we'll get into it once people are here a little bit. Hello, hey Bradley Snyder, how's it going today? Looks like our chat's up. Okay, perfect. I had to get that fixed. That is now working. So now it's on screen. Now people won't be confused in the post when I start talking to somebody randomly. How you guys doing? How you doing, Jolly Reefer? Hello, viewer. Hello, Britty Cass. Hello, Chris Mack. How you guys doing today? How's your Sunday going? We got our happy Rays fans and happy... No, Dodgers fans aren't allowed to watch. No, they're not allowed to watch. They've been banned. I've banned every Dodgers fan. Content hi from Italy. 11 p.m. here now. Well, hey, maybe today I'll let you I'll let you fall asleep gently to my voice today, as I started a little bit later because I saw people wanted to look like they wanted to tune in a little bit later last week when we did this, so we'll go a little later today. Love it, Lady Sunny. Now it's time to lock in as your top scout. You guys did great last week. We're gonna do a little bit of trade deadline talk, because obviously we had some big moves, so we'll probably start there. I originally was gonna do like a recap thing to start us off, but we will I think the news is big enough. We probably have to talk about it a little bit. I feel like, I don't know. It's hard to watch a lot of stuff about baseball when you're like, okay, Skubal gets traded, Peralta gets traded, and I feel like, and this can be me just maybe being egotistical, which is reasonable. I could say that I can be that sometimes. Where is the nuance in these trade discussions? Where is the nuance in the discussions about these moves? I feel like people are dumb in these talks. Not the pitcher I thought the Mariners would move based on money. I mean, he's been bad though, right? Like, Luis Castillo, it hurts because when they got him, obviously this was before the pitching was really up. I was so happy for that move because I really liked Luis Castillo, and the contract didn't look bad, but it kind of looks bad because you got to remember we got 3 more years of team control on Luis Castillo, and if the White Sox are picking up that money, which I think they are, you got out of that so like, oh, You might be able to pay somebody. Like, okay, I know they're talking about trading Kirby, but like, you can pay some of these guys then. Because it's not like the Mariners have infinite cash. It's glad we did, though. His contract was an eyesore. Yeah, it was a bad contract. Now, I'm surprised they're talking about trading Kirby. That's an interesting thought to me. And actually, somebody who I'm really interested in as a Brewers fan, like, I didn't want Skubal that badly. I would have liked to get Freddy back. I thought that just would have been nice because I knew we wouldn't have to pay much. But George Kirby is interesting. I don't know. Obviously, there's a lot of debate on moves because we don't know what we're getting in 2027. If there's baseball at all, you know. But I love that deal for Seattle. Honestly, I think they did really well in that Castillo trade. I think the question with it, though, as I think about it, is because I believe the White Sox still got something they needed. They need started pitching, definitely. So I do think that there's a little bit of win-win to it, but the long-term side of it is with Dominguez and with the other guys. Then yeah, it's Dominguez. I just don't think any of the things they got back. It was basically a salary dump for salary dump deal. So it's a weird deal. The Brewers have a hitter that can crush left-handed pitchers. We'll take him. I mean, it's hard to tell because obviously they're prospects and they're Brewers prospects, so they're going to be pretty raw. But Blake Burke, hey, you guys want Blake Burke? No, Blake Burke's not even close to the value that you would need to get. But Blake Burke can crush anybody. He's a power bat. We got power bats in our system. They're just not ready yet. And they're not really all-around players. I feel like the one that Seattle probably won is Adam Shefsky, but I think Tigers could have got a bit more in the Skubal deal. Absolutely. Which actually, if we want to pivot, we can talk about the Skubal deal a little bit right now, because I think that's kind of what people want to, what we want to discuss a little bit here. Because that deal, I'm gonna stop the music so I can go into. Oh no, I won't. We go to more dramatic music. We go something a little more dramatic. I don't have dramatic music. Not on demand. Not copyright free on demand. So, anyways, I guess we'll talk about the Skubal deal a little bit. So, look, Zaire Hope, River Ryan. What was it, Brady Smith? I already forgot who the third guy was. I don't really think it matters. It's not a great package. Zaire Hope is good. I actually really like him. And I'd be excited to see what he can be. But it's not a great package. It's not a great value, I guess, is really what we're saying here. There's so much more that you could have got. And the thing that's frustrating, watching this from the perspective of this deal, because yeah, you're saying I'm surprised that they pulled it this early. Actually, I will pause the music so that I can get my point across without music and everything here. It felt early because it was. This felt kind of like, and I don't want to compare it too much because it's definitely not to the level of it. It felt kind of like the Luka deal, in the sense that an LA team got a fantastic player, but it almost was a discussion between two teams and nobody else was really involved. From what we know, obviously, there's Philly. I think Philly's package didn't look that good, what they offered, so whatever. They don't have a lot of prospects to throw in. But the teams that we were talking about were the Dodgers as the top team in the NL, the Brewers as the top farm in the NL, and the Rays as the top team in the AL, which makes sense. These are the top teams that we're looking at. These are the teams that you are looking at a deal for possibly getting Skubal. And what felt wrong with it, to me, is that somehow this Dodgers deal centered on Zaire Hope, which is a good player. By the way, we're going to repeat, good player. Felt like that wasn't an option for Tampa and Milwaukee. That they looked at those two teams and said, hey, give us the best things you got. Now, I'm not saying that the Tigers were specifically saying, give us Mate or give us Theo Gillen. But does it not feel like we've been hearing this conversation repeatedly where the Brewers had to give up Luis Pena and Logan Henderson and Josh Nath to make this deal? Because one of those players, Luis Pena, is better than the entire package the Dodgers offered. Logan Henderson is better than the entire package that the Dodgers offered. Now, I don't think that there's any reason that the Brewers should make that deal because these rental deals traditionally don't work out that well. Obviously, it did work out one time for Milwaukee in 08 with CC Sabathia, but long term it really didn't. So we're discussing deals that essentially these teams who are stuck in this position where they have to spend, they have to think 6 years down the road for every single player they have in their system because they can't sign free agents. They can't make these trades because these guys aren't going to stay. We can't just be throwing away prospects like this. And for some reason, the Tigers, I guess the Padres with Mason Miller and all this, have been asking for these massive packages and saying, give us this, you have to give us all of this, otherwise it's not fair. And then because Milwaukee and Tampa don't make these deals, for some reason the narrative is being swayed that it's their fault, that the Dodgers have done this. They're not going to be able to sign them. The Dodgers get this opportunity of giving him an extension. Tampa and Milwaukee are not going to be able to re-sign Skubal. And even if they brought him in, does it really mean they're going to win the World Series? Milwaukee put up like one run last year in the NLCS. Like, at all. Like, there's just, like, Skubal's not going to solve why they lost. The Rays have been struggling for a little while. I don't think Skubal's going to solve the problem that they have. So, essentially, we're asking these teams to make deals that would cause them to give up more than they should have to give up because the Dodgers are able to have all these prospects because they don't need to play them. And they can send them off elsewhere because, of course, they can. They have enough players and they can sign the guys that they trade for. Another one I heard recently today while I was looking at, watching the Skubal news is them being like, it's not fair to say, the Dodgers do develop prospects and they do trade these players, but do they really? What's the last player that the Dodgers have sent out in a trade for a player, like a buying move, essentially, is what we're talking about, where that player ended up being a phenomenal piece of like that team's future? They're big deals they made in recent history, right? Mookie Betts. The package was Verdugo and Jeter Downs. Both those guys are out of the league. Mookie Betts is still on the Dodgers. The deal for Scherzer and Turner. What'd they give up? Josiah Gray and Keibert Ruiz? Yeah, they're decent players, but they're not stars, not players you would build them around well. Michael Busch is performing pretty well for the Cubs. True. Very true. But remember, that was not necessarily a buying deal. That was a move that they did. That was a prospect swap because he was going to get Rule 5'd. O'Neal Cruz to the Pirates. Was it really a buying deal? Maybe. I got to go back. I don't remember what the O'Neal Cruz deal was. Because he wasn't considered a top prospect at the time. And even then, it's not like Cruz has been fantastic. Miguel Vargas, but Vargas wasn't good when they traded him away. Tony Watson. Okay, so it was technically a buying deal. I'm not saying these players are bad players, by the way. That's what I want to return and say I don't think these players that the Dodgers traded away are bad players, because I think they're still great prospects. They're MLB prospects. They get time to develop. They get time to perform, and that's awesome for those players. But it's not like they've been trading away superstars for the superstars they've been getting back. The Dodgers have won pretty much. I'm not going to say every deal, because I do think now the Miguel Vargas deal is starting to look more beneficial for the White Sox. But like most of the deals they've made have benefited the Dodgers more than everybody else. They win the trades. And I guess that's generally just well-run organizations do that too, because what deals have the Brewers made that they really lost the trade? What deals have the Rays made where they've lost the trade? Unless they're trading with the Minnesota Twins. I don't know. It's just there's two different games being played, and the prospects that the Brewers have, those guys are going to play. The prospects that the Dodgers have, they're just going to swap. They're just going to, flush them out. Michael Busch flushed out for Zaire Hope, traded for Skubal so they can win their third straight World Series. Just kind of how it is. So it's tough for me to look at it in an open sense, because so many times I'm seeing people say, well, why didn't the Brewers do this? Or why didn't the Rays do this? Because those are the two teams that get blamed almost every year, right? Because they're competitive every year. Why didn't they make the move? What are they supposed to do? If they make a rental move, they mortgage their future. And you see what happens with these organizations when they make these moves, these rental moves that don't work out. The poor organizations. When one thing goes wrong for the underfunded teams, they lose for several years in a row. And just like are really bad. And I think Milwaukee, with Yelich's injuries, made them a bad team for a couple of years there. Obviously, the Rays had the Wander Franco thing. This is a team that should have been competitive for the past couple of years, but they haven't been because they signed the wrong guy. The Guardians, they lost Clase and another, they've lost guys because of this. 2020 could have been a great year for the Guardians, but you see what happens because we had other things. Just when one thing goes wrong for these small teams, everything goes wrong. When the Dodgers have something go wrong, it's not a problem. If the Rays still had Tyler Glasnow and he was injured as much as he is, they wouldn't be competitive. But the Dodgers are able to survive that. Garcia to the Yanks. Is it Luis Garcia? I saw that move in waiting. I don't know if that happened. Luis Garcia, what'd they give up for it? Because that's pretty good. I don't really know what other team was going to make a Luis Garcia move. Luis Garcia traded, to the Yankees. I'm just curious what they got back in return. I don't think that's TBD. I guess we'll learn more about that one soon. I'm gonna guess it's not really a bad deal for the Nats. 4 guys. Yeah, there's not gonna be any of the Yankees big guys though. I don't believe. Yep. We'll see. We'll see. Passan or somebody will announce who the other prospects are in a little bit here. But okay, that's not a bad deal. I don't think. Pivoting to another not a bad deal. The Rays move, Freddy Peralta. I love this move. Yeah, but if we go 4 guys, 4 guys seems like a lot, but it's not really when you consider that this is 2 years of team control for a first baseman on a team that already has about 8 of their guys locked up. Like they're pretty set. And this also gives you Jazz Chisholm insurance if he walks, right? So because Garcia can play multiple positions. We talked about that last stream, by the way. Playing Rice at catcher. Yeah. Hey, they can still make another move. It's still Sunday. Anyways, we'll go back to the Freddy deal. Freddy Peralta to the Tampa Bay Rays for Aiden Smith. Who else is in that deal? Was Aiden Smith, Gary Gilhill, and wasn't it Emilian something? Can't remember what the other guy's name was. Smaller prospect. I was bummed about Peralta to the Rays. I wanted my Giants to trade Arias and Robbie Ray to the Rays for a top prospect like Michael Forret. Hey, that's still possible. I don't know if Forret would be the deal. I'm wondering if you guys are getting a first baseman because they have so many of them. I have been working on my Rays video. I will give you guys a spoiler. Luis Arias ends up on the Rays in that deal, and I really, really think that it would work so well. But Robbie Ray, I don't think is going anywhere. Only if the Rays can fix him. Good point in regards to Peralta. I don't think that it's a problem. There is another gap we have to talk about that is not the money gap, but just the development in like how well run the organizations are. There's 6 teams in the league that in the tracking era are just better than everybody else. And they've been better than everybody else for the past 11 years. And the Rays are one of them. Since the tracking era has started, which we're taking that date, that's a title from Foolish Bailey, because I watched his most recent video. If you haven't watched it, go watch it. It's amazing. The MLB history video. But since the tracking era started, there's 6 teams that have been fantastic, and the Rays are one of them. And if you give them a player, they are going to make that player play better than normal, unless that player is coming from the Brewers, essentially, because they're the other team that does it really, really well, too. And I don't think you need Peralta to be insane when you're considering you're probably playing him 3 times, right? If you're Tampa, you're the best team in the AL. You're trying to go to the World Series. You're going to get the bye if you continue at the rate that you're playing. So you're going to play your first series. He'll play once. You'll play your second series in the ALCS at that point. He'll play once, maybe twice. And then you're in the World Series at that point. And then he'll play once or twice. You just need that. And he has playoff experience. I'm taking that. A strikeout pitcher who's got playoff experience playing for an organization that is clearly better than the New York Mets. If the Rays pick up the phone to trade with you, do not answer. You will get fleeced. Unless you are in a Minnesota zip code. It's the only solution. Rays needed more bats than pitching. True, but the Freddy Peralta price was really low. Like, that was really cheap. Aiden Smith could be decent, but we're talking about probably like a third outfielder, maybe a 4th outfielder in Aiden Smith. I think you're fine on that. It's a little bit different. Like if we talk about the Skubal deal, you're talking about a guy that you're hoping to build the team around in this deal, with Zaire Hope being hopefully the great partner to Max Clark. Freddy Peralta deal, you were just trying to get an asset that maybe could be something. No, I still think there is moves to be made. I'll say this, you guys will get this because I did this before the deadline has happened. In the Rays video, we were buyers at the deadline, and I bought the 2 players that I thought that they might go for. Luis Arias and Ryan Jeffers. I would say I don't think they should go for Jeffers, and it seems like the Twins are buying, so it doesn't make a lot of sense too. But also just because they need to stop making calls with the Minnesota Twins. But those are the 2 needs. They need another good bat to help get guys on base for Aranda and Caminero to drive guys in. And I think Arias is the perfect player. He is a Tampa Bay Ray. I mean, because essentially he's Xavier Edwards. he's Xavier Edwards who they let walk. So Logan O'Hoppe deal was great for the Rangers. Yeah, it was. I really like that deal for them. I mean, there's another thing. The Angels are generally going to be flipped. They did option him immediately to AAA though. That's whatever. Well, we got to remember that a lot of we're making moves right now. So players are going to be flipped, moved, exchanged a lot. So we're not going to see rosters as being cemented until Thursday this week. O'Hoppe always goes, offer me an MLB The Show. Yeah. Oh, yeah, he's really good in MLB The Show. They got a reliever with control. Another deal. Hey, speaking of relievers with control, another deal that happened. Guardians and Brewers made a deal. Bo Naylor, Craig Yoho, essentially the deal. I think that means that maybe they'll sell off on one of their catchers in Sanchez, whatever. Maybe that could be a move with the Rays. The Brewers and Rays get along very, very well. I mean, if you think about it, Rasmussen was a Brewer in the Willy Adames trade in one of the best win-win deals for two teams that I think has happened in like the last 10 years. The Willy Adames, Drew Rasmussen trade, like amazing deal for both teams. Anyways, Bo got optioned. Yeah, but I'm looking at these deals. Not remember, an option doesn't mean they're going to get signed by somebody else. So I don't know if these are all like guaranteed or what's rescindable options. I have not truly been watching the option market for these moves because I'm just watching trades right now. I don't really think that matters that much. Nats get Giovanni Cruz, Ben Grable, Jack Siebert, and Jake Bird. You know what? That might actually be a lot for the Dodgers to give up, or for the Yankees to give up. Because that's a lot of pitching. To give up 4 pitchers in a deal, that's a lot. Now, they're going to the Nationals, so not a single one of them is going to be good. But it's a lot of pitching. It's a lot of pitching. And so to go kind of put the bow on the Freddy Peralta deal, I don't think the Rays are done. But man, that's going to be a hard pitching staff to beat postseason time. We're going to get pitching duels. Now, it depends on who they are playing. But I am really excited to see what the Rays can do in the postseason. And if we talk about like the AL is so wide open, that might be enough. The Rays once again just showing why they are one of the best organizations in baseball. So I think we'll obviously talk for the rest of the stream on these trade deals and everything that happened. I think hopefully you kind of got my opinion on on all of these deals. The Freddy Peralta deal, I love for the Rays. The Mets honestly got back probably more than they expected. I say that as Mets fans aren't going to be happy with it, but Freddie was terrible this year. I'm glad Milwaukee didn't do the Skubal deal because if what was suggested was to happen, I don't want that deal. I'm still hoping maybe we make a move for Kirby. We still need another bat. So that's what I would like. I don't know what bat that is because I don't know what bats are available, but we could use one. Maybe with some team control. Maybe there's a salary floor coming in next year. So maybe we can actually get somebody expensive. And we could talk to the the Giants, see what they'd give up. I'm excited to see what could happen when Luis Arias. If there are more Mets trades, Clay Holmes is going to be the interesting one. And if you're Clay Holmes, you're talking about him being traded to a team with great defense. So that could be a Milwaukee deal. That could be a Cubs deal still, I think. So that could be interesting. When it comes down to the Mariners deal, I love them shedding the Luis Castillo money. I also am still extremely interested in what they're doing with George Kirby. So I think he's got a couple more years of team control yet. Arbitration, going to be expensive. But if the Mariners are willing to sell, I mean, that's a fantastic asset that you can get. Can I offer Milwaukee a somewhat worn Kyle Freeland? We want nothing from you. We want nothing. There is not a player on your team that we want. I don't even want Hunter Goodman. I want nothing from that roster. There are good players in that roster. I want none of it. Camille Duvall is a Pirate. Weird deal there. I can't really think of any other things that we got to talk about. Although Ohapi deal happened, all that. We're just getting off the Castillo contract and not actually selling. The West is so weak. We can make... Dude, it's one good week and you're in first place. So I still have no idea what the AL playoffs is going to look like. The only teams you know are going to be there is Tampa and probably New York. And outside of those two teams, any other teams could be in it. But Mariners got a fantastic deal. Not even Moniak. Moniak, no, don't want him. We don't need a guy who can only hit one side of the ball, because the Dodgers are who we have to beat, and they will just throw us the opposite side of the ball. If we get a righty master like Moniak, then they're just going to be like, hey, here's Blake Snell, and we're not going to be able to touch him. So it doesn't matter. We have to beat the Dodgers. So White Sox should be a playoff lock, but that's a fragile roster. And you never know, because Cleveland is always there. Cleveland is always right there. And Minnesota's buying. So no, there's a lot of options. And there's a chance the Boston Red Sox are the other wild card team. So we're talking about just getting to the division in the West and the Central. You don't know the Rangers. So there's a lot of teams still up in the AL. Actually, I should clarify. I said one thing earlier. I wanted to mention this too before we move on to our other stuff. I said there are 6 teams that are the top teams in the tracking era. And I want to state this because I actually think that I hope this kind of directs a little bit of my thinking a lot of times with some of the teams I have more faith in than others. But there really is like a dominant force in a lot of these places. I'll say this. I think the Yankees could possibly be in this, but I don't put them there because I don't actually think they've been as good as they should. They just have Aaron Judge. But what I look at is I think there are 6 teams that have been the best teams for the last 10 years. The obvious one is the Dodgers. They are the top team. They are playing a different game than most of the other teams. But the 3 that I'm always interested in is the trio of teams that have been dominant and don't spend any money. Now, they're kind of weak, but I think it's funny that they're consistently just really good at development. And it's why I'm always going to have faith in these teams of being the playoff teams at the end of the year, even if it doesn't look like it at the beginning. And that is Milwaukee, Tampa, and Cleveland. I don't know how they do it every year, but these teams every single year just develop their players better than anybody else. They are better at pitching, maybe better at hitting, but better strategically. And then just good all around at building those teams. Those 3 teams have been phenomenal in the last 10 years. And so I'm always going to look at those teams as being there. And the other 2 teams I'd say are the Phillies, who surprisingly have been really, really good in the last 10 years. And then the Astros. I saw a tweet, actually, I loved. It said, maybe the 2017 Astros were the good guys all along. We didn't know. But yeah, those 6 teams are on like a different playing field than I think a lot of other teams are. And it makes me think like, so I wanted to kind of categorize some of these teams then, and like actually think about, what with how baseball is and how the markets are. Like, are we, this is going to be stupid. Are we in, categorizing baseball wrong and forgetting how these teams operate? So we're going to do a quick tier list before we move into our rebuild. And that tier list is kind of talking about the markets and everything in baseball, because I think we have to start assessing these teams differently than you would in basketball or in the NFL or, an NHL, because we're talking about teams that literally function completely differently. So first off, we know already that there are some teams that have the top tier. The Dodgers have infinite money. Somehow, I guess because their ownership, the Mets have infinite money. These 2 teams can do whatever they want, whenever they want. They have no repercussions for their mistakes. If they have a bad season, they'll figure it out by the next season. I mean, 2 years ago, the Mets were in the NLCS. The current era of MLB is you either control your RSN or you can get... True. So, we're talking about this. I have a friend who's a Guards fan, and you think they haven't won a game in 10 years and how he talks sometimes. They don't understand how good they got it over there. They don't, but also it's really frustrating. Like, as a Brewers fan, it's extremely frustrating to always be in this position where we should be winning, but we're not. Like, we are one of the best teams. We're playing an unfair game. And it just sounds like whining, and I know it does. Because essentially what I'm talking about is, if anybody's watched Formula One, what the Guardians, Brewers, and Rays are dealing with is what in Formula One they call Formula 1.5, where if you remove Ferrari, Max Verstappen, Mercedes, McLaren, who are actually the drivers or the teams that are really, really good when they don't have an infinite money supply to put themselves in a great position. And Formula 1.5 is kind of like a fun little thought experiment to be able to assess these kind of middle of the road teams that have less money and to see how good they are. And essentially what the Brewers, Rays, and Guardians have done is they have won the Formula 1.5 race every single year. They are normally one of the last teams standing that don't have a lot of money. But that doesn't give you a trophy. In fact, the small market teams, the last one that's gotten a trophy is the 2015 Royals. And then before that, it's not a small market, but it kind of is. But the White Sox in 05, it's not actually a small market. And then Miami in 03. And really, that's it. So it's because then the markets and everything changed prior to 2000. So essentially, we're playing different games here, and it's not a fair game. But it is what it is. This is baseball. If there's a salary floor, things will change. But anyways, so there's two teams that I think have infinite money here. These two teams, no matter what, they face no repercussions. The next category I'd say financially is this historically great, the money will come. These teams, no matter what, they might not always have infinite money. Technically, the Yankees can't buy everything they want. But if they are right on the line, the money just kind of shows up, right? Like if the Yankees need to buy somebody, they'll get him. They did that with Juan Soto when they were right there. And they made it to the World Series. They were right there. They made it to the World Series. So the money will show up if they need it. That happens also with Boston, right? Like if they are competitors, the money will be there. A team that surprisingly doesn't spend a lot of money, but always is able to do so, is the Cubs. Cubs don't actually spend a lot of money, but if they need to, they will just, that money just pops up. And all of a sudden they're a competitor. Two more teams. I think you said it right there. Arbalist. I know I don't have the chat on this screen, but the Giants, definitely. If the Giants need it, they will spend that money. That money will show up, it'll appear, and they can spend it. And they did. They created a dynasty to be able to do so. So historically, these teams can always find some way to get that extra kind of cash. Like, they're not going to spend it every single year, is essentially what we're saying here, right? Like, right now, there's no reason for the Giants to spend a ridiculous amount of money. They are, but there's no reason for them to be doing it because they're not good. So there's no point in it. But if they built a good team, they could spend whatever they wanted. So I think there's that. I think there's a chance that you could say the Braves, but the Braves actually spend a lot less money than we think. But I still believe that the Braves, like if you take a look at, the last time they won the World Series, they did buy an entire new outfield at the, at the deadline. The money just kind of appeared because they needed it. So the Braves can fit there too. One team that hasn't won in a while, but also I think technically fits in this category, is St. Louis. For some reason, St. Louis has just not been good for a while. They made really, really poor management decisions, but they're the Cardinals. I mean, you saw in the 2010s and whatever. They obviously didn't keep Pujols because the Angels just gave a truckload of cash. But if they want to, they can spend money if they need to. They're probably at the bottom of this tier. And I think Braves and Cardinals, I believe, are on the bottom of this tier. Braves spend less money by design because they locked up their entire core 8 years ago. That's just smart decision making, right? Like they're really the only reason they're here, why I didn't mention them in my top 6, despite being a World Series team in the tracking era, is because they just made a fantastic series of decisions, which is funny because the White Sox tried to do the exact same thing and it just didn't work out for them. So the pre-arbitration extensions that they did was genius. And now you can see like Milwaukee is trying this strategy, but elevated to the pre-call-up extension with Cooper Pratt and Jackson Chourio. So there's that. Next one up. I saw some people mention they thought the Blue Jays, historically great. The problem is they are with the 90s, but they actually really aren't historically great. I also don't think that they fit here because they don't have an owner, technically. This category, we've got a lot of cash and an owner willing to spend it, is at certain times in history, these teams will dump a ton of cash, but they can't do it consistently. Unlike other organizations where they can just dump money nonstop, whatever, these teams can essentially spend money for a short period of time if the owner wants to. And Detroit fits in that category. If you think about the 2013 team, that team was expensive. They had a really good owner at the time. And often this category right here is one of the best categories to be in as a fan, because this means you have a great owner who's willing to spend a lot of money on your team. You love them, and you might just be a competitor, which is fantastic. Yep. Arbalist, I think, has this one down. Another team recently, the Padres. They obviously did this before their owner recently passed away. The Padres spent a ton of money trying to get that World Series in time. They just weren't able to do it. They came up short in this category. And it sucks because a lot of times these teams are in a position where you're like, we have the ability to spend our money if we want to, but it's not something we can do consistently because you saw them having to sell that team off right after, as soon as their TV deal broke and fell apart, which is one of the reasons the Dodgers are able to sit up there. Phillies. Since 2015, essentially they had to rebuild that team in about 2015. They have been able to spend as much money as they want. They have great ownership. They are consistently spending a bunch of cash, and that means that they are right there. What's funny about this category is these teams don't win. Like, they just don't win, which is weird because, once again, they're spending the cash, but it's not always there. And the money disappears at times. I think that's a big thing here where, like, the Tigers eventually had to not spend any money. The Phillies in the mid-2010s had to not spend any money for a little bit, but the money came back. And the Padres had to not spend any money for a while, but the money came back. The tier below this, actually, I think technically should be above it. if you talk about just consistent money, is this: we've got the market, we got the fans, why aren't we winning? These teams, for some reason, don't win. Oh, also, by the way, we're going to put him here, but he is at the bottom of this list because this owner sucks. But he will spend money. But anyways, that's why we go to this category where it says we have the market, we have the fans, but we don't, like, why are we winning? We have the ability to spend money, and we will spend it, and we will expend it consistently if we have to, but it doesn't mean there's going to be success. Seattle still has not won their World Series. They still haven't been to their World Series. Last year, they were so close, but they just weren't there, right? Like, and that happens every once in a while, where you've got a team that consistently has the ability to spend cash, but they just can't seem to figure it out. And the Mariners are the perfect category for this, because they're always going to be in this almost question of dysfunction, right? Where you are asking yourself, why are you, like, why can't we just get this right 2 years in a row? Why can't we get this right 3 years in a row? What is the thing that is causing us not to be there? Because we have the players, we have the core, we've spent the money on the core, but it just doesn't seem to work. Toronto is the same thing, right? Toronto is exactly the same thing. Now, they don't have an owner. They are technically owned by a corporation. And that actually might be their benefit, because they technically have a consistent amount of cash flow, and they buy their players. Think about these teams as they're going to have a bunch of core members. And a lot of times, I'll talk about this one. Could we pay like a guy or two? These teams can afford to pay like 4 or 5 core members of this roster, but it's not enough because they can't get the surrounding parts to work. Now, the Orioles are a team that was there. I don't think they're there right now. I don't think their ownership is currently in this position because they are questionable about spending money. And they've been so inconsistent with it that I can't put them there right now. And I would love to put them there right now, but I don't think I can. The Rockies. This is a team that actually has a good amount of money. They are a team that has been able to spend. And if you think about the 2010s, they were able to spend, but they made some stupid decisions, some terrible trades, and it has hurt them so badly. They have spent their money in the wrong spots. You can be a big spender and still suck. And as you notice in each of these categories, there's the Rockies here who suck, but definitely have the ability to spend. I saw a clip from literally yesterday. They're selling out that stadium in Coors. They have the fans. People watch their games. They just can't win. And we know why they're not winning. They're cursed. They actually are cursed. But it just kind of sucks for them. I think a team right here that we have is more consistent in this category. It's tough, because I actually think a lot of these other teams are more up and down. These teams essentially all spend their money every single year, right? These teams down here will spend their money when they're winning, and they're often a little bit better. These are the better run organizations. When they aren't winning, they sell. They actually have a pretty cheap roster, but when they are winning, they might have an extremely expensive roster. They are up and down. They will spend their money if they can, if they're winning, and if they're selling playoff tickets. And normally these teams have a lot more money. Texas, we saw them made it to a World Series. They paid Seager, they paid Semien, they paid DeGrom. They were able to pay a lot of guys because they were really, really successful for a short period of time. If that were to drop off, they wouldn't pay those guys. Just like in 2010, they built a fantastic roster at the late 2010s, but then those guys had to go when they weren't successful. This team can break top 10 in spending, but it won't always. It will while they're winning, but then they'll sell off when they're losing. Diamondbacks, absolutely in this category. This is the 2023 World Series category, right? Where this is a team that they will spend their money. when they have it, when they are successful, when they're seeing playoff success because they're selling tickets, and it puts them in this section of like, hey, if we have a good core of players, we can do it. And right now, I think they do have a good core of players, but you see they're older, right? So last year they sold off that roster. They brought in a bunch of pitching. They're not in top 10 in spending, but let's say that pitching that they brought in was actually successful. Like if this year, we're going to play a hypothetical game. If Corbin Burns was good, Merrill Kelly was good, if Zach Gallen was good, and this team was actually winning a lot of games, we would see them at the deadline being buyers. They would be willing to spend a lot more money if they could. They just can't right now. There's no point for them to do it because there's no point there. Houston surprisingly doesn't spend a lot of money. We've just seen them be so successful here that you forget they're not really a expensive team. Like they will let their guys walk. They will let their guys go. They will trade away their players if they get too expensive. They will spend money when they think they have their chance to win the World Series. But otherwise, they're not going to do it. And it's been pretty consistent this way. I mean, think Kyle Tucker's been gone. They let Bregman go. They traded, they tried to let Correa go. They got him back for like nothing. They had Verlander. They let him go. They had Greinke. They let him go. And we're looking at now a team that might end up letting Jordan go if he gets too expensive. If they're not winning, they're not going to spend the money, which is smart. This is a smart tier of teams, right? Because they're still saying we are willing to try and win. But if it seems doomed, we're not going to throw our money away, right? We're not going to throw it away for the point of like, we have to. Now, the Nationals, I'd actually say, are in this category too. Now, what's funny about the Nationals is they did spend a lot of money, right, in the late 2010s, and then everything fell apart. Like, they got their World Series, and it all collapsed. And so we kind of have this idea of them of being a cheap, poorly run organization, but they're not, actually. They just had everything go wrong at the exact same time. And so they had to trade everything away. Because if you think about it, let's say Bryce Harper doesn't take a massive deal from a team that has more money than them. You are going into 2019. There's nothing stopping you really from having gone into with Corbin, with Scherzer, with Strasburg, with Harper, Soto, Rendon, Turner, like that, and Zimmerman. Like that's an insanely good team. And an expensive team. Now we know they were a little bit cheap on the Harper contract. But also you weren't going to match what Philly had to offer. But the Strasburg contract, they paid him, right? Like they paid him. When they knew they had to win, they paid the guys. When they had the roster around them, they paid Scherzer. They paid Strasburg. They did what they had to do. I would say that's probably the end of that category. Because of kind of how the Orioles and Twins have operated, right? These two teams could spend money, but for some reason they don't. So when they're in the same position as Texas or Arizona, these teams right here will decide to lean more into this mediocrity and that seems like a bad statement, but essentially they're just not going to spend their money. There's no point for them to do it in their minds. So they like sitting as the 14th best team, that last wild card spot, and they won't buy. And consistently this category of teams is always in this position where you're like, dude, just pay the pitcher or pay the player. If you build a fantastic roster, which we know you can, pay them and keep the team together. 2019 Twins, 2023 Orioles. If you pay those teams and invest in what you have at that exact moment, you're up here. You're a World Series contender with a fantastic roster. But you slowly let the team fall apart. They've had some bad luck in that category too. They have bad luck essentially. And that hurts too. I think the White Sox, would fit there if there was not a category way lower that fits them exactly. So I think maybe the Reds could be here. Now, the Reds, I think, were tied down to the Votto contract for a long time. So they made an excuse, but like they just won't spend money. Like they can develop players. They can add players. They'll add them in free agency. They'll trade for players. They'll get assets, but they won't hold on to them because they won't spend it. They won't keep them. Look, the 2019 Reds team had a lot of great players. None of them are, well, actually, technically, A.U. Henny was back there, but like they're all gone. They let them all walk. All right. Next category. I already mentioned it. This is the big three, right? Rays, Guardians, Brewers. The three best run organizations in baseball outside of the Dodgers. They just don't have any money. They've got cheap, poor owners, and they just can't seem to figure out how to, be perfectly lucky. And oftentimes these three teams, I think categorically, can afford to pay about two guys at a time. And once guys hit arbitration, they know they always have to sell the guys off in arbitration because they can't pay them in free agency. They have to let the guys be traded, otherwise they walk. I think the Milwaukee situation with Willy Adames is the perfect example of this. Because you're talking about a team that finally let their guy hit free agency, and then a team with a lot more money came in and swooped in and bought a guy who they built, developed, and turned into a superstar. The Guardians had Lindor go to the Mets. The Rays had Snell go to the Dodgers. These teams love eating up these teams because they can. These teams can't afford it. Really well-run organizations. If there is a salary floor and a salary cap, we might see these teams winning World Series. As a fan of one of these three teams, I'm excited for the chance of a salary cap. And a 2027 lockout wouldn't hurt that badly. Okay. Then the next category is pretty much, well, I guess not really anymore. Now that they're in Vegas, it's the A's. But this is, we could pay like a guy or two. They can afford to hold on to a couple players, right? And this could be a little bit of a short-term thought of the Royals. And if you're a Royals fan or somebody who likes the Royals, they might not be the perfect fit here. This might be a Reds thing. Like maybe the Reds belong here instead, or maybe the Orioles belong here. I think no matter what, this category and this category could sway, or right here, because essentially these teams can afford that solo individual player that these teams are buying, but they can't wrap the rest of the team around them. Like the Rays paid Wander Franco and then built a bunch of perfect players to put next to him. Didn't work out, right? The Guardians have Jose Ramirez and a bunch of perfect players to put around him. 2020 happened. The reason they suck is because their owners are awful. They won't spend money. They won't invest in development. They won't invest in good management. They won't invest in anything. They just suck. They're just bad. So, like, a lot of times too, these three orgs have great players. But it doesn't mean that's going to stick around long term. So that's our little tier list. Oh, did my stream crash? Did the stream crash, guys? I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. Let me double check that then. Let me see what happened here. For a second? Yeah. All right. That's weird. It said I had no issues, but makes sense. Well, I'm guessing that all you guys missed out on was me trashing the White Sox and the Miami and, you know, this mess at the bottom. But okay, but if we're back, I guess we can get into what people are actually here for. As long as you guys like this little tier list. This is also, by the way, this is how I interpret teams a lot of times, and why my perspective on certain teams is the way it is, and why I talk about rebuilds differently, and why I look at some of these teams with a negative view. So people sometimes who come in and will see me hating on one of these teams, it's because I don't like if you have infinite money. All right, like this frustrates me. Like being a fan of one of these teams, this pisses me off. So that's why you'll see me always hating on the teams up here. Actually, pretty regularly too, right? Like, I feel like almost in every case that you've seen me, I've hated on one of these teams. Okay. Let me go. Let me double check some stream health things quick. It says I had no alert there. And then we'll get to the game. All right. And my TV turned off too. All right. So hopefully everybody's back. Hopefully everything's running. It says my stream things are good. I just saw like the chat refresh for a second there. Oh, I bet it reset because it hit like the hour mark or something like that. That's weird. That's weird. Why'd you do that, YouTube? Okay. All right. So let's get into rebuilding and building your Miami Marlins. You guys excited to get to your scouting here? Not like we're going to have to do much scouting here at the beginning. If you recall where we left off at the end of last stream, we had some minor success, and we had amazing scouting success from you guys. I also bought whiteboard markers so we can celebrate that. As we now are going to be able to actually see what I'm writing down. And we can take a look at where we ended. So where we ended off last stream, we had, and actually if I hide my camera here for a second, you will be able to see where we were. Getting swept by the Atlanta Braves. But we are here now. We made it to the playoffs in the NL East. We put together a pretty good season, but, you know, lost our division because our division is stacked. It's the NL East. So it's a tough division to win. And the Yankees ended up winning the World Series, I believe, for a second time, I think is where we left off with that. And if I go to, Wells and Volpe. So the Yankees have won back-to-back World Series. And we are here with a very interesting roster. So we're going to advance after the postseason, after we got swept. We lost our pitching coach. We lost our manager and our third base coach. Now I will as GM, I will resolve the coaching situation here. Ooh. Bring in Pat Murphy, who for some reason left the Milwaukee Brewers. Pitching coach is the more important part here, actually. Okay, we need good hits. That guy's just good all around. That guy's really good all around. I don't care about break that much. Then we need a good third base coach, which will take this guy. Overpay a little bit, because I like to pay my coaches. And we have no exclusive free agents. So, if you remember where our team was, we added Pete Alonso last year because you guys wanted a power bat, and Pete Alonso was available from the Baltimore Orioles. We got him. We obviously have Edwards and Otto Lopez signed long term. Brennan Donovan is going to be a player who we added as well in this one. So we added him in the offseason. Fantastic acquisition that you guys wanted us to go do. Our starting pitching, we added Michael Soroka at the deadline, one of the guys that we targeted because you guys liked him. We added Casey Mize because in the offseason last year, because somebody asked for him. I can't remember specifically who said they wanted Casey Mize last year. I know it was a Tigers fan. And we got him, and we got him for a good deal too, $12 million a year. And he wasn't great. I'm not going to act like he was phenomenal, but he was serviceable. We still have Braxton Garrett, and we have Connolly Early, who we added. And we're getting to the point where the question is, do we bring up Snelling, White, Milbrandt, Thomas Harrington? Other guys. We added AJ Puck last year, wanting to bring another guy back in the bullpen. And then we have Henriquez, Bender. Henriquez, I believe, blew both games in the wild card round. The big pieces that I know you guys were interested in was Terrence Weber, your first guys that you guys went and recruited and wanted. Phenomenal player. He's going to be a future superstar here at catcher. That was all you. That was all chat on that one. Joe Mack's been pretty good. Was Dove Stowers. Horwitz was somebody that people wanted, and he has been fun. Look at the on-base percentage from Spencer Horwitz last season. Don't remember who said that he wanted them specifically, but what a choice to go after Spencer Horwitz. Fantastic idea and decision. Xavier Edwards is here. Brendan Donovan is here, obviously. And then AJ Ewing we traded for. There we go. AJ Ewing we traded for. He was decent last year. He was the Sandy Alcantara trade. Alcantara, I don't remember. Owen Casey won Rookie of the Year his first season. We have Lazaro Montes, who could come up. Was not good when he came up last year. Like at all. But could come up. We got a lot of prospects. But the big one I think you guys are also interested in was the insanity of this random dude that you guys wanted, Brian Barron, for the sake that his name had alliteration. We went in and recruited him and was a phenomenal prospect. I remember very clearly we tried to fleece the Red Sox, but they did not want to deal with us. But we still did fleece them, if you recall, because we got Connolly Early for essentially nothing. And we tried to get Marcelo Meyer, but didn't happen. But hey, we also did get Justin Gonzalez, who was the first player you guys said that you wanted last in season 1. So as we get here to season 3, one of the things we had to talk about is budget. We don't have any money. Oh yeah, we had the biggest fleece that we did was in year 1. If you recall, we traded Pete Fairbanks, half a season of Pete Fairbanks, for Isaac Paredes, and flipped him for Mitch Keller and Thomas Harrington. So essentially, we flipped Pete Fairbanks for Mitch Keller and Thomas Harrington. Now, Mitch Keller's in the last year of his deal. He was a very good pitcher for us last season. One of the best pitchers on the staff last year, outside of Yuri Perez, who was injured last season. But phenomenal piece. So we are going to have a little bit of a tough time in shedding some money because we are still Miami. We still do not have money. Pat Murphy going to... I hate that. I hate everything about what I just saw, what I just read. I hate that so much. Okay, well, let's see here. Contact and fielding, but we can't have the control drop. That's not bad. We got Xavier Edwards. Maybe we can lead the league in stolen bases. All right. We did not get the pitching coach, so let me go do that quick. Sure, there'll be salary dump and Har. I would love to. I think that would be a great decision. He was very good for us last year, so we might be able to. But if we need to save some cash, that is a move that I think that just makes a lot of sense, right? Go for this guy. So let's check free agency and our arbitration. So arbitration, we have Perez, Meyer, Stowers, Sanoa, Henriquez, Hernandez, Braxton Garrett. A lot of guys here. A lot of guys here that we have in arbitration that are going to be expensive, especially Yuri Perez. He's going to be very expensive. If he is off, he wants... What? If we have money, that might not be a bad decision to pay Yuri Perez. If he only wants $15 million a year, we have to find some money then. Because Max Meyer wants $20 million. Max Meyer last season had a 4.27 ERA. Best season of his career. Was a 3-WAR pitcher last year. We could capitalize on the Max Meyer season. We could capitalize on the Kyle Stowers fantastic season. 902 OPS last year if we want to as well. Sanoa didn't play as much. Sell Keller. Keller is already locked up, so we don't have to. Because Keller's already 15 million. So let's just check here. We are 15 million in the hole. So if we want to pay Perez, we probably have to shed $30 million. I think the easy move, as you guys said right there, is Miguel Andujar. Miguel Andujar last season, a little older. He's 33. Did hit 273, 10 home runs, a 774 OPS, but negative WAR. So he had negative WAR. Sell Meyer and Keller, bring up some of the pitching prospects. So here's what we need to do then. We have absolutely, because this is a reset here from last time. We have nobody on our big board right now. If we are doing this, we need to start looking at what players do we want. Because if we're selling Andujar, if we're selling Meyer, we have to get young, cheap contracts to be able to surround the guys that we have. Now, we lost last year in the wild card. I think we've got prospects that we can build into the system. Yuri Perez is a must pay, young and great potential. So I would agree. I think the Yuri Perez contract, we should try to sign him now before he gets way too expensive. So I absolutely love that idea. So Yuri Perez is a deal. But we like, in order to do that, we have to find some money. Emerson Hancock. Well, let's recall that this roster sucks that I'm using. By the next time we do another like joint thing together, I'll make sure to have a new roster because Emerson Hancock's an 89 overall with a 3.66 ERA. He is a phenomenal pitcher. And he's in arbitration. He's going to cost some money. Guys in low minors that are like 4 years away. Okay, well then we need to assess then in our lineup what position we want to replace right here, right? Dalen Lyle. Okay. Let me bring the big board here closer. And we'll do... If you recall, I am a high school teacher. That's why I'm so good at writing at the whiteboard. All right. So we have MLB prospects that we want. Amateur. We will get back to that. N-M-I-L-D. And then needs. We'll assess our needs at the beginning of the season, I think. So Dalen Lyle. Is a target. Bradley Snyder likes Dalen Lyle. If you guys have any other names that you would like, I know Emerson Hancock was one. I'm just afraid Hancock's going to be expensive. Also, my handwriting is it still sucks though. Even if I am a teacher, my handwriting still sucks. On a whiteboard, at least. You're getting the partial cursive, you know, that we do. If you see the board there. With the ring light over the Miami. Okay, so taking a look at our lineup, I think Andahar is a lefty platoon. So recall that. I think we did have some position versatility questions. I mean, if we want to save some cash and try to turn an asset into something, we could flip Sanoa. But he does have good this. Sal Frelick. Well, let's throw him on the board. We'll look at him. Logan Henderson should be cheap. I don't know, dude. You need to see this Brewers pitching staff. In this roster, this Brewers pitching staff is ridiculous. So we go look at this Brewers pitching staff. It almost makes it look like I chose this. But this Brewers pitching staff is insane in this roster. Henderson could be, though. We would get him renewable. So if we did do the trade, and he sucked last season. He sucked the year before. So we get him cheap, but he sucks. Another Brewer. Sal Frelick is still here, 270. How much is, I don't know how much he got paid last year, though. 2 years of arbitration. He was decent. I feel like we use another outfielder could target that in draft and trades. And don't forget, too, when we talk about our outfield, we do have Heriberto, who was good last year. Marcy, who was good 2 years ago, but 295, also great last year. AJ Ewing, Cam Canarella, Owen Casey, who was Rookie of the Year, Lazaro Montez, Justin Gonzalez, and Griffin Conine. We have a lot of outfielders. Andahar, the only thing with the outfielders is that if you take a look at them, like Heriberto can't hit lefties, Marcy can hit lefties, Ewing can hit both, Casey can't hit lefties, Lazaro can kind of hit lefties. The problem is lefty platoon, and if you take, I think that's actually kind of across the board on our lineup. It's one of the reasons we went after Alonso, because Stowers can't hit lefties either. Luis Hernandez from the Giants. It's expensive. It's inexpensive. He should still be a prospect, I believe, in this roster, though. Because he's a couple years away in real life. And the benefit of that would be team control. So we can go take a look at Luis Hernandez. If he, obviously, if we have him here. 74. He's still in the minors. Or he did play in the majors last year. He just sucked. -1 WAR. I like what he is in real life. That's a little tough looking at the roster, though, in MLB The Show. It seems like the game likes this one likes Hosoir better or Shiny Level better. Big question is who this year is just looking to rebuild. Yeah, let's do. We could use the little recap, right? So last year we finished 99 and 63. Let's take a look at some of these teams that were bad last year. So the Mets were bad. They were sellers. Cardinals were bad. Rockies were bad. Rockies are always bad. Padres were below 500. Giants weren't great. Rays were bad. Guardians were bad. Royals were bad. Angels were terrible. So, what category are we lacking in? If you recall, we lost because Henriquez blew 2 games, but he was a good bullpen arm for a while, and we still have Puck, Bender, Phillips, Henriquez. Like, we still have good bullpen arms, so we could say bullpen. The thing we're lacking in is cheap contracts. Really, I think when you take a look at this team, it's really, really good, but it's too expensive to keep around. We need guys that can hit lefties for much cheaper. How many years? I'll wait till you retype that. Just Ramirez? You saying Jose? Problem is, Jose is still 30 million. So, that's 25 million. That's not bad. I'm sorry. He's an 83 overall. Talk about, yeah. I love me some Jose. I have never seen him regress that badly. I mean, in our Guardians video earlier this year, he was winning MVPs at this point. Nationals, maybe? You guys want Curtis Mead? Connolly Early and Curtis Mead? It's actually really good. CJ Abrams, what, last year of his deal? 29 home runs last season. That's somebody who we're talking about. I think the big thing, though, is we need to find someone cheap. Especially if we're talking about this, like, the trade, as you guys have mentioned, would be a Max Meyer, a Mitch Keller, to get off that contract, a salary jump in Miguel Andujar. Also, I have no idea what team Wandy Esigan is on. I forgot. Mets. Well, it's just a terrible profile. Interesting. What are we ranking on base and slugging? Last year, I believe we were top 5. It's gone now. But I believe we were top 5 in each. Like, we were a really good team last year. We just don't have money. And our bullpen blew it. Yeah, because I can't look at team rankings from last year. Because we had a 277 average, a 379 ERA. Like, we were... Like, the Braves beat us. We were a better team in every statistical category than the Braves. If you look offensively, we were better than pretty much every team in baseball. We were fantastic last season. Like, you guys helped build a really, really good team in 2027. It just... I think we were a couple games behind the Braves or whatever. Or one game. I can't remember. Maybe it wasn't the Braves. Maybe it was the Phillies. We lost the division barely. But we got to shed cash. This is a question of what we're getting. First, I think we could talk about the Andujar trading him, right? Not going to get a lot for him. But it would be a... This might legit be just a salary dump for whatever the cheapest thing I can get is. and we just take the L on it for a salary dump. Which I think that would make sense. Trade the closer for a better closer. So Enriquez is going to cost us $3 million. Could upgrade our closer. It's not a bad idea. Get Fairbanks back. See if there's a team selling a closer. Andres Munoz is for sale. And he was awful last season. Want somebody cheap? Jacob Latz was awful. I mean, you're essentially looking at guys that were terrible last season if we're talking about closers here. You can get Emmanuel Clase. But we got to be cheap, right? So this could be the move. You guys like Riley O'Brien? He's in the last year of team control here. I know we got another year of arbitration because they signed him. So it'd be $4 million, so it'd be a little bit expensive. And we could also look at relief pitchers here. You can get Keegan Thompson. Wasn't good. Jeremiah Estrada. But he's more expensive. Big problem is we have to shed cash in these deals. Jojo Romero is available. $5.7 million. So if you want Jojo Romero, that's not a bad deal. I think the benefit of the Andres Munoz thing is he's only $2 million. I mean, we could try to throw them Andahar for Andres Munoz. You know, salary dump deal. I'll throw Andahar to any of these teams. Because if we can get the deal and get a cheap bullpen arm for absolutely nothing, we'll do that 10 times out of 10. So I'll throw that deal. But we're still talking about, like, if we're making these moves, what are we going to get for Max? Like, also, you know, do you guys want to keep Michael Soroka, who was amazing? Do you want to keep, I don't know, you guys said Mitch Keller, last year of his deal. You could sell him. I think that does make sense to sell. We probably want more than Jojo Romero, though. Okay, I'll do the Andahar for Robert Garcia as well. Seeing if there's a team that has a bullpen arm we can get. Like, you want to do that? like we can find some terrible deals here as we offer Miguel Andahar for literally everything ever created. But okay, we have to decide on those things. Let me, while you guys think about that, let me renew these contracts and stuff for everybody, because we obviously have to go through and do that part. So as we're thinking about it, we can get essentially, are you guys feeling we need a good bullpen arm for, because we could also buy high. If you guys have not an expensive, but a really high tier closer you guys want, we could sell like a Max Meyer or something like that or Mitch Keller for something really good. Obviously, it makes a little bit more sense traditionally to go and get, say, you trade your pitcher for the lefty platoon bat, and then you trade the lefty platoon bat for another pitcher. All of this to say, the idea is we're just trying to essentially keep or get Yuri Perez to sign that deal early, to forego his arbitration for as much as we can. Solid pen in rotation. Yeah, I that's where I'm like, I actually think the team is really, really good to a point where you could say maybe we don't need to replace Andahar. Maybe we just call up Montes. Because Andahar was only there because we needed that extra lefty before we went and made the Pete Alonso move. Save some cash on all these deals too. We can try to fleece a little bit post December 2nd as well if we want to. No matter what, we're out of free agency though. I don't think we can participate really in free agency. Actually, we can't participate right now because we don't have any players. Looking around the league, are there any... Let me just scroll. Starting pitching all the way through the lineup. Do you want any of these pieces? If we do this and go after any of these free agents, then we're talking about essentially needing to shed... Are you kidding me? He hit 310? Guys, I think we got robbed in the Isaac Perez deal. What? Why did he hit? He hit like he hit 220 for us. He hit 941 OPS. Sorry, I just got distracted. Jose Ferrer? Justin Martinez, Jose Ferrer, slug 50. Yeah. So he was awful for us, but then ended up being absolutely phenomenal the instant we sent him away. He didn't like the humidity here in Miami. He preferred it in Pittsburgh. Oh, we also have the greatest player of all time, Trevor Conklin. Don't forget about him in the farm system. Now, the thing is, too, we might get to the spring training time, and what the game will do a lot of times is reassess the value of your roster, and all of a sudden you will have more money to spend, and we might be able to spend later. How did Clevenger do last year? Was he a free agent? .267 with a 1.22. Not bad. But we would need to shed... Now we're talking about shedding $40 million for Clevenger. We're going to try to sign Yuri to this deal, by the way. Because we could also do this. I'm like, we can put our owners in massive debt as well. We're obviously offering arbitration to every single player just because you don't want to lose them. But okay. We also need to clean up this 40-man as well. So I think we will... Before we get to the 40-man date, where we have to certify our 40-man roster, I think that's when we have to make these moves. So we obviously need to call up White, Milbrandt, and Gonzalez. I think we can avoid Kevin DeFrank for now. Maybe 4. So we need to clear off 4 spots off the 40-man. So that also means to capitalize and get as much value as possible. Talking about Dax Fulton, Mazer, you know, we could, you know, trade DL Hall as well. Any of these players. Griffin Conine, but that could be our lefty platoon. Realistically, it wouldn't be a bad idea to just get prospects. So let's go a day, and let's see if anybody takes Miguel Andujar. Okay, we got him for absolutely nothing. Obviously, I didn't get any of the other deals. So maybe I shouldn't have done that. But there's cash. We have saved money. Andujar is off the books. So now we have a little bit more cash to work with. Max Meyer signed the $20 million a year. Braxton Garrett's paid a lot. Braxton Garrett is paid $5 million. He's asking for $13 million, and he has been very good. The WAR doesn't say it, but that's very good. Yeah. We lost that deal. I should have maybe waited. I did the garbage dump strat to try to get off of the money. But okay. So you guys want a bullpen arm here. Problem is we're paying Pete 30, Xavier 21. Like, yeah, we have an expensive team here. Because we signed everybody. Okay. You guys want the Mitch Keller deal? What are we going to do for the Mitch Keller deal? Now that we have saved some money. We said this could be our closer, right? If we want to. You guys said Dalen Lyle. Dalen Lyle is untouchable. So, sorry to Dalen Lyle. We said Emerson Hancock of the Mariners. Untouchable. Can't make that deal. We said Logan Henderson of the Brewers. I bet you untouchable. Oh, not. So Logan Henderson could be a deal we make, but he sucked. And Sal Frelick is on the trade market, but he cost $10 million. So we're only saving $5 million in this deal. Well, we did look at... they're untouchable, but we did look at some good teams, right? And so, okay, if we did this deal for Sal Frelick, theoretically, right? We still need to shed more money. What solution does that resolve here? Obviously, Frelick is a great contact bat. Are we saving any money here? Because he was terrible last year. The Brewers were a very good team last year. They don't have a closer, so they're probably going to go sign one. They're probably going to sign like a Yoan Duran or Adrian Morejon. Or if you guys want to get rid of Henriquez, maybe we do Henriquez to the Brewers for something. And then, you know, capitalize on their lack of value. and then we go talk to somebody else. Maybe you can get, I don't know what else you want. And then you go talk to one of the other teams to try to get and try to get your new closer. If you guys are really interested in getting rid of Henriquez, who is only going to cost us $3 million and was very good halfway through the season last year. He just struggled in the postseason. But you know the Brewers are going to overvalue him because they don't have a closer right now. And we have 2 prospects as well coming soon. So this doesn't have to be a long-term investment. Just want to know what you guys are thinking here. So, I think the only question I have about Sal Frelick is he's going to cost us $10 million, which means I don't know if he's actually solving a problem. Now, if you could do, like, okay, theoretically, if we could pull this deal off, would you guys want that deal? You want Sal Frelick. They want Henriquez. This means we have to go get a closer. Which means we're probably not getting the best value back either if we do go get a closer. Because we're essentially flipping him for Henderson. So you want Henriquez for Henderson. That solves some problems for money. Or do you want to flip Keller for Henderson? I'll GM this just with the names you guys have given me so far. Logan Henderson, Jojo Romero, Jose Ferrer. I'm going to guess he's still on the Mariners. And is he good? Very good. Very good. Very good. Because they want him more. Okay. So we try Henriquez for Henderson. Henderson has been awful. Just want to, repeat that. Henderson has been awful. So this would be us buying pretty low. I don't think that's a bad idea, though, for Henriquez. Because Henriquez is also selling low. And send him Garrett Forrester. Okay, so there's a deal. What do you guys want for Keller? If the Brewers are off the books, now we would be in need for a closer. For Henriquez, that's not awful, just in case he turns around. I do like the idea of Henderson for Henriquez. I don't think it's going to be enough, but maybe we're lucky. What do we want for Keller? But by the way, Keller doesn't have to be the deal. I just know he expires here. And that's the guy you guys said you wanted to trade. Of the Soroka, Meyer, Keller, Mize. I personally am going to veto the Braxton Garrett move because I don't think he's worth anything. But I like him. But Keller would be worth something. He's in the last year of his deal. Does make sense. He would be the worst part of this team. Oh, this is a team that is bad, by the way. Ferrer and something more. O'Brien from the Cards. I think we need to get more. So let's take a look quick at the Mariners then. So this would be for Jose Ferrer. And what else are we getting in this deal? I remember in the past you guys wanted Michael Arroyo. We get Ava Arquette back. Remember we did a straight up prospect swap for him earlier. And get Kemp Alderman back. We get Ace Reese. If you like Ace Reese. Taking a look at the Mariners prospects. Which one would you be interested in getting on top of Ferrer? And then you'd also have to think about the Cardinals prospects too. So if we do this, what else are we getting? Keller for Ferrer and a prospect to flip for Romero. All right. Yeah, because they don't want to give up as much here. Because they're bad. Look at this Burleson. Okay, which prospect do you want then from the Mariners? Because I actually really like the Jose Ferrer idea. I think he's going to be cheap. I think he would be a great piece. What prospect do you want to try to flip? Actually, we can look at the Angels. Angels need... Ace Reese would be a ton to give up. Angels want relief. They want third base. They want right field. And at that point, we would have a lot of bullpen arms. Because we already had a pretty full bullpen last year. So, okay. So, do we try Ferrer and Ace Reese, maybe? Or do you guys want Arroyo? Or do you want one of our guys back? Arquette or Alderman? Or a starter? So Bryce Miller last year. You recall that was a possible deal. Ace Reese. Good with that? All right. Okay, we're going to try it. Those are going to be the two deals we'll try. And we'll see if they accept those. I think the Brewers deal probably won't happen. Never mind. All right, we have Logan Henderson. He is much cheaper. All right, there's your buy low, guys. We got Logan Henderson for Henriquez. All right. Yeah, so now we have to sell one of these pitchers. We're down to 11 million in the hole. We're gonna try. Let's throw one of these other guys in the 40-man. We're gonna have to shed as well. Mariners are thinking that generally means they're gonna say no. So let me throw Leo Jimenez in the deal as well. Or actually, they want a second baseman. Youngest guy here is Adil Amador. Oh, no, Marco Vargas. Throw him in there. We also could get off the money of Griffin Conine. So we're gonna adjust our deal. That should clear up some 40-man spots because we still need to clear up 40-man spots. We've got a week to do it. Wow. Luis Pena for Randy Rodriguez, Alec Boehm, Eric Miller, Gavin Lux, George Polanco. I guess Luis Pena was potentially an available piece. CJ Abrams goes for Aiden Miller and Francisco Renteria. What else are the Brewers willing to do then? If the Brewers are selling their farm, do you guys want to flip Keller there? Is there a prospect you want from the Brewers for Keller? Not Frelick, but a prospect? Obviously, this doesn't fix the bullpen thing. Because they don't. We get Enriquez back. Or we can try to sell something smaller for a prospect. Say we could sell Sanoa and try to get a prospect from the Brewers if they're selling prospects. This is obviously a little bit sloppy. Essentially, we're trying to do this deal before, I think on the calendar, we need to do this deal before the 20th. So we have 6 days to make this deal, and you know there's times here. As soon as we make the deal, we're good to move. But the Brewers are selling their farm right now. So they're going in for this year. And now they need a starter. Because we took one. Love a big guy. Keep him coming. Yeah. Don't worry, you're not late for much. We still haven't entered the first season. We've been here for 2 hours. We're trying to shed cash right now, man. So we could sell somebody to the Brewers and get a prospect if they're selling their system. Because they're in need of a starter. You guys want an Adam Shefsky. Fisher. Do you want to try Adam Shefsky and Fisher for Keller? Does not solve the bullpen problem. But man, they have such a deep farm. Keller and a pitching prospect for Jet and Josh. And get like a garbage. We can give them like Deerdorf. Deerdorf actually doesn't look bad. Oh, yeah, one of these guys. Let's see, actually. Let's double check that. We're talking about 40-man spots here. So he's not eligible, so we'd be fine. Adam Shefsky is eligible, so he would not clear up a 40-man thing. Meyer for a starting pitcher and prospects. The problem is we don't need starting pitcher at this point now. Perez, Soroka, we just signed Meyer for 5 years, so we now have him under team control. And we have about 11 starting pitchers in the lineup. This solves one 40-man spot if we do this deal. Jet would not solve one. Because Jet is a utility. He can play second in the outfield. We are going to need a closer. We just traded our closer to the Brewers for Logan Henderson right before you got here. This solves one roster spot if we do this deal. We could also, by the way, Andrew Fisher at third base. Nah, he's further away. Get Jet to flip for O'Brien. Yeah, do the Cardinals want a shortstop? Cardinals do not want a shortstop. Cardinals would like a first baseman, third baseman, or left fielder. Now, we have some third basemen. And we obviously have Sanoa. Let's check here. So he's not a prospect anymore on their top 100. Is Fisher? Fisher is considered their third best Okay, so I'm gonna try it. I think we still want the I wonder if we could send like Bashirs for Riley O'Brien. Because the thing with relievers, he's 33. He might not cost a lot. Because we could also look and say, hey, do you want Nathan Martorella? All right, we're going to sim one day in the future, see if any of these deals are accepted. That's interesting. By the fact they say adjust our budgets first, that means they might actually be interested in that deal, but we can't do it. All right, Andrew Fisher is gone. He got traded, so we can't do that deal. The Brewers are selling the farm. They are selling everything right now. What did they get for Andrew Fisher? Because that can change everything right now. They didn't get a starter. Yeah, I was giving him Mazer and Fulton. These are two guys on the 40-man that need to go. Well, they got Yandy. All right, Brewers can't afford to do a deal anymore, by the way. Okay. We really need the Mariners to make up their mind. We need the Mariners to make up their mind. All right. Do a prospect flip. Maybe. This is just a prospect flip. I like Prosek. The Mariners are really dragging their feet right now. Let's look at the rest of our 40-man, because I might have to cut somebody here too. Those two make sense to get rid of. Cade Gibson, I think, has been... Oh, he was terrible last year. So he could go Leo Jimenez. Okay, so the Brewers are off the market because they don't. We can't make a deal with them. They don't have any money left. All right, I think we call the Cardinals. Problem is we need to shed some money in this deal. Yeah, the problem with the Cardinals is we can't do this deal until we shed money. So we need to get Keller out of the building to get Riley O'Brien. The Brewers can't afford Keller. We could try this. Do the Fulton and Mazer for... Adam Shefsky. All right. I like the O'Brien. I think Riley O'Brien is the perfect guy here, but we have to get rid of Keller to be able to make the deal. You can't make the deal if you don't get rid of Riley O'Brien. Or if you don't get rid of him. So we could talk to this team and say, hey, maybe you give us Cole Prosek. You give us this closing prospect. And then we throw in, I don't know, Cade Gibson as well. Okay, all right. We go one more day. They said no. They countered. They want Max Meyer. We've already got him locked up long term. This is a tough one, guys. Do you want to do this deal? This sheds the money, but we have Max Meyer locked up long term already. I don't think this deal's happening. Okay. So we have to counter that then. We're not trading Max. So we turn it back to Keller. We got to give up just a little bit more in this deal is essentially what we're saying here. Why did they take so long? Oh my God. Anthony Volpe just got flipped straight up for Jeremiah Estrada. Okay. All right. Guys, the Mariners deal finally happened. They just took 2 weeks to decide. And now we can go get Riley O'Brien. I think they said they would be okay with Nathan Martorella and Bashirs. Though, actually, we need to shed a 40-man spot so we can give them Dax Fulton. I'm gonna do some 40-man magic quick for a little bit. Here, that's a 40-man guy, or he's not a 40-man guy. Cade Gibson. And Leo Jimenez, who needs a reliever and a shortstop. Still really want this guy. Otherwise, we're just going to cut some of the guys at the bottom of the 40-man if we have to here. Okay, so I'm going to try to flip DL Hall. For essentially nothing. He was a Rule 5 pickup anyways. I want to say, or just like a waiver pickup. Give me a young prospect, please. All right. Let's see if they take any of those deals. Okay, Riley O'Brien deal. Fulton and Martorello's not enough. Hall wasn't enough. Okay, I'm going to have to cut some guys then. Okay, so we got to make some cuts. Which sucks, but... I can't cut him. Great. All right, so there's one. I really don't want to get rid of him. We also can play it risky. And we could lose Justin Gonzalez. I gotta sign that guy too. Alright. So we gotta play it risky. Actually, I think what we'll do, sucks to lose him. So I think he's decent value. But we are going to cut Leo Jimenez. And then we will make sure we don't lose Gonzalez. I still want to make another move here for Riley O'Brien. We just got to figure out what works out for the Cardinals here, because that's a great closer. And eventually, don't worry, eventually, we're going to play baseball. This is the fun I have every time I do a... Every time I do a rebuild, especially with a small market team, you spend the entire time micromanaging your 40-man. Okay, we need to give up more for Riley O'Brien. But I don't want to give up Ace Reese, who we just got. I could give up that guy. He's never gonna play. Oh no. We can't get rid of Conklin. Oh, I gotta get rid of a 40-man guy here. We're gonna try to make that deal happen. Phillies traded for Justin Martinez. Are you kidding me? Somebody said Justin Martinez earlier, and I apologize for not doing the deal because that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. We've been trying to do the Riley O'Brien deal, and that's what he was worth. That's what Justin Martinez was worth. I'm sorry to the guy who suggested that because I'm mad that that happened right there. How about Yohandy Morales, Jay Bashirs, and Patrick Stanford. Oh, and I need money. And Dex Fulton. Okay, all right. So we just had to add one 19-year-old guy. And we got it. Okay. All right, we have Riley O'Brien. Okay, I think that's good. And we have $1 million, guys. It says we should sign Garrett Cox. I agree. Okay, we've gotten our moves done here. Now I'm just going to try to fleece for the rest of free agency here. Fill up our minor league roster with some interesting pieces, maybe. Perez signed the contract. Perez, I don't believe, signed the contract. Oh, is my chat not loading for me anymore? So I gotta refresh it. It's on the stream, but it's not loading up for my actual like chat box. Underrated Rockies reliever we could steal? No need. I don't believe so, at least. I didn't see any. I mean, when we looked at their bullpen, they didn't have a whole lot. So Perez has not signed the contract. We still have, I guess technically we still would have to shed more money for it. But I think what we could also try to do is wait until, oh, hi Heath. Wait until spring training and try to get him. We'll take a look, but at this point, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to make any other moves unless we're trading Sanoa. I think is the only other move that would make sense. We'll take a look at the Rockies. I mean, we'll see what they got. I'm just excited to get into the actual scouting and everything for you guys here as soon as we get out of this. That was an extremely long period. I hate that that took that long to do. I will admit that is essentially what all of my rebuilds feel like these days. It's just me sitting in free agency forever, micromanaging and trying deals like that until we end up getting something to work. And we did. I guess that's kind of how MLB The Show works when you rebuild teams that don't need money. Oh. And we are the Marlins. We don't have any money. Hey! That's a guy you guys wanted earlier. I remember him. Reggie Coral. We're going to add him to the farm system. Somebody didn't sign him. I remember Reggie Coral. I remember writing his name down. And Bob. There we go. We're signing Bob, too. Oh, George Polanco. Look, these are just the guys that you guys wanted. I remember all of these names. Sorry. This part takes a little bit generally. What? Did I not trade for Jose Ferrer? Watch, I bet you it says that he was in arbitration. That's on me. That's on me. That's my fault, boys. That's my fault. I'm stupid. Oh my god. All right, well let's. Well, I gotta go. Let me try to find. Let me try to find $1.8 million. All right, we gotta find $1 million to get him back. I feel stupid on that one. Maybe I can get one of these guys to sign just a cheaper deal here. No, I can't. Oh, did Yuri Perez take it? He took the deal. Sorry, somebody said that. I thought they were asking a question. Like, did they? He did sign it. Okay, so we got Yuri Perez under the contract. We just need to find a way. I gotta find $1 million. Kid Christian, we don't have any money. We don't have any money. We're trying to find $1 million. To get Ferrer back. I need to find... Oh my god. This is frustrating. Because this is something that... This is the part of the, like... The game that, you know, used to be a part of the game where you could just, like, make a deal. If you needed to make a deal, you just go make a deal. Here, take Liam Hicks. Oh my god, that just gives us another problem if I do that. You want... Oh my god, none of these guys have money. Cerna. For Kenny Funk. That would give us $2 million. Just accepted, like I'm giving them away. I am giving you players for free. Because I need money. That's annoying. That's all on me, too. That's 100% on me. I got a better idea. We're going to get an asset back. All right. Pasquantino for one prospect. I don't think we have a pick in this because I have a full... Oh, I do have a pick. Whoa! Why is he available? It's an 81 overall. What's he cost? I think he's cheap, right? 9 million? He's normally bad. But you know what? I'm taking the asset. All right. Sorry, Jose Ferrer is now a dream. Sorry. We messed it up. AKA I messed it up. So I made a mistake, and now we have... It's gonna be what it is. That essentially puts Brian Bayo in the bullpen, though. Okay, So, guys, we essentially, we don't get Jose Ferrer. Instead, we get Brian Bayo. I know, but I can't get him because I messed up. Yeah, we're just going to keep Sanoa. Because Bayo was $9 million. Unless we were to flip Bayo. But honestly, at that point, you flip Bayo and just say... Which, by the way, this is a great contract. But you flip him and say, I don't want Ferrer... Give me Grant Taylor or something like that, you know? But Bayo's contract's amazing. So, we're going to keep him. I don't really know what else to say there. That's on me for not double checking. Oh, I can't even sign that guy. We can't get Mize. We can't flip Mize. We're $15 million in the hole now again. So unless these arbitration deals go our way, how much money do we have here? Yeah, and Ferrer signed. All right. I made a mistake. By not double checking his arbitration. And so we don't get to keep him. But guys, we signed Yuri long-term, Meyer long-term. I'm guessing based on that I signed Stowers long-term. We signed Stowers long-term. Okay. And we got Riley O'Brien. And we got Logan Henderson. And we got Brian Bayo. And Sal Frelick went for Alex Vesia. And now, if we look at our budget, now we have money to spend. So now we can sign these guys to extensions. If we want to. Trade for Perez. I don't think we have to. I think we're good. Our bullpen's a little weak. We'll talk about bullpen needs maybe partially through the season. I messed up the Ferrer deal. So essentially, we got Ace Reese for Mitch Keller. Because I messed it up. I'm mad at myself. But we're a good team. Oh, in case he just fractured his shin. Braxton Garrett just got injured. Glad we have depth. Oh my god. So dumb. I'm dumb. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8 pitchers. We'll send Conley early back down. That's 7 starters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Two, three, 4, 5, and 6. So that's 13 pitchers. Line up. I need to send 3 more guys down. I like the first baseman. Ace Reese, you go down. Canarello, you go down. Gonzalez, you go down. There's 26. All right, there's our 26 guys. We're just going to sign Riley O'Brien for 2 years. We'll just trade him if we have to. I don't even want to think about it. I don't want him to get better. All right. Similar to the regular season, see if there's any transactions, any deals that are sitting here. Mauricio Dobon. Paul Sewald is available. France, Toro, Connor Wong. Gus Varlin, Daniel Lynch. Okay. All right, so pitching staff. It's going to be Yuri. Oh my God, this is so messy. Max. Then Logan Henderson. Then Soroka. Then there with Garrett and Bayo in the bullpen. Righty lefty. Bender. I think O'Brien's going to move down to the closer. Puck will be the lefty right here. We'll keep Evan Phillips right there. I like the bullpen. Puck, Phillips, Riley O'Brien, Tyler Phillips, Nardi, Bender, Garrett, Bayo with options of Snelling, White, Milbrandt, and Harrington to come up, as well as Connolly early if we need to. Lineup-wise, Major League level. We resolved the problem there, the lefty issue, by bringing up Lazaro Montes. So do we have anybody here who can't hit lefties? Ewing? Hernandez? Hernandez is the one who struggled, I think, lefties, so we'll go Montes. It's weird to have Sanoa sitting here as DH. Oh, he's not in this lineup. Okay. Hopefully you guys like this team going into this year. Pitching rotation, good. Okay. So sorry that took us so long. It's an hour and a half in the off season. Now we're going to go through the season in 20 minutes. Pitching staff seems good. I agree. I think it looks good. I think if we have to make a move, we do. I think we've got a really good team here. I love the prospects we have. I like our farm. I bet you we're probably ranked, might not be ranked number 1. But now that Brian Barron is here, oh, and I forgot. We have the extra roster spot because Owen Casey's out for 2 months. So if we when Casey comes back, by the way, I think the plan in the lineup is going to be we are going to send down Hicks and not run a backup catcher. That's going to be the plan. Okay. All right. There's your lineup. I'm actually going to swap and put Horwitz higher in the lineup because he's really good. And there we go. Contact hitter, power hitter, contact hitter, power hitter, contact hitter, power hitter. Feels weird to have auto that low, but whatever. Okay. Team is good. And we have money to spare. That's the sad thing. So part of the reason why you get in that frustrating cycle where that takes so long is essentially in this game, you get your value is reassessed in spring training the next year. So we made it to the playoffs, but they still treated us as a non-playoff team until now when we, go into the next season. Do we have a top? We are, of course, the number 5 ranked farm team here with Brian Barron as our number 1 prospect at number 20 in the top 100. Terrence Weber at number 36 in the top 100. There's also Trevor Conklin, as we love, 48. Is that all of our top 100? Okay, so all down to Alfonso Santos. So we've got 7 guys in the top 100. Actually, 8 guys, because Morgan's there. So 8 guys in the top 100. By the way, Wandy Essien, #1 prospect in all of baseball. He is higher than Jesus Mate. I don't know. I don't know. Okay. We have to now. Let's do this, guys. Positional needs. Long term. We have our second baseman locked up for 5 years. We have our shortstop locked up for 5 years. We have our first baseman locked up for 3 years. Then the other one for 5 years. We have a ton of outfielders. We have a ton of pitching depth. So really from a needs perspective, we need bullpen. Oh, wrong one. Gotta put the new one right there. We need bullpen. And I like our third baseman prospect. I like our catcher prospect. Left field, maybe? And guys who can hit left. Our starting's pretty good. We can obviously continuously improve this farm system for it as we look at it. But I think that's I think that's it there. So with the team in place, let's go a week. Get to scouting. Oh, let me make sure I have my scouts set. Discovery. Yeah, we have 3 major league first basemen. We have so many first basemen to work with. We win game 1, guys. Yuri Perez. Lose game 2. The offense looks a little bit better, though. 5-3 start. Okay. So, scouting time. The most fun part of this process for you guys. So far, you have found some studs in this process. We've decided we need a left fielder. I'm going to put starting pitcher because you could always use that. And then it doesn't really matter. We'll put the last one to be whatever. So let me get the discovery or the starting pitcher thing set. And our discovery guy. If you are ready, this is where we do the dirty work. We have pick 21, 57, and 71. To prioritize our first pick, pick 21. Obviously, we said we need closing pitchers. That is a possibility at that spot. The hope is that we can find a non-ranked guy. But we're going to look for a position player to potentially take in the first slot. As we said, we need somebody who can hit lefties pretty well, and we need left fielders. Yeah, and just athletes. Left fielders, starting pitcher, and athletes, just guys. So, the process to this, if people do not recall, what we're going to do is I'm going to, as scouts, I'm going to slide name by name for the top 30 picks of just position players. You guys are going to name the position players that you find interesting in chat based on their profiles, their names, their whatever you find interesting. I'm going to add them to the big board, and then we will decide who to scout and when. So we're skipping pitchers because pitchers we will come back to right before the draft. That means we are going to start with the first prospect. I'm going to remove my camera here for now, and I'll bring back as we go. As we start to name things on the board. If you like them, just type their name in the chat. We have 5'10", 22-year-old from Connecticut, CJ Lengerich, shortstop, who is a little bit older. Next position player is Lewis Metz, a 21-year-old, 5'11", first baseman from New York with 78 or 98 potential. Then we have our right fielder, 5'7", 18-year-old from Pennsylvania, Dominic Reeves. The next outfielder is going to be a 6'4", 210-pound center fielder from Texas, Damian Reyes. Yes, and we pick at 21. Maybe we'll drop down to 40. 5'11", 181-pound second baseman Fletcher Dodson. He's 18 years old from Pennsylvania. All right, then we have second baseman, 6'3", 18-year-old from Ohio, Mitchell Olachevsky. Might be related to Gunnar Olachevsky. Then we have at first base, 5'11", 18-year-old from the Dominican Republic, Abraham Zapata. Then we have catcher, 6'4", 198-pound, 18-year-old from Illinois, Lewis Reeder. Move to the pitchers. Got a lot of them. All right, then we have shortstop, Roger Camona, 5'8", 161-pound, 18-year-old. This is around our pick. Next player is another shortstop, 6'2", 220-pound, 18-year-old, Grant Richards. And we have a 5'11", 18-year-old, Johnny Erdman from Illinois, right fielder. It's a closer. We'll look back at those later. All right. 6'3", 200-pound, 18-year-old from Germany, Leonard Wilga. Then we have a 5'11", 177-pound, 19-year-old from Chinese Taipei, left fielder Richard Wong. We have 6'1", 213-pound, 18-year-old from New Hampshire, Cliff Price. Next up, 20-year-old, 6'2", second baseman Tommy Griffin from Ohio. So many starting pitchers in this draft. Let's keep going. 6'2", 22-year-old from Dominican Republic, Dustin Chassin. I'll say probably not going to take him because that is a really, really low potential rating. 6'4", 21-year-old catcher Adam Davis. So many pitchers in this draft. 6'3", 21-year-old center fielder Gavin Holt. And your first left fielder, 6'1", 18-year-old from Illinois, Dallas Gary. Last guy in the top 50. We'll just do top 50 for now. Jared Chesick from Canada, 21-year-old, 5'10" shortstop. And that'll be it. So let me get then the board. Let's bring my face back. And we'll write down the names you guys have. So we saw, based on your names, I see Reyes, Carmona, Olachevsky. I'll remember their first names as we go. Grant Richardson's, Leonard Wilga, Cliff Price. Cliff Price. We liked Erdman and Davis. I'll slide back through on the first names quick so that I can remember who they all were. So those were Adam Davis. Johnny Erdman. Roger Carmona. Mitchell Olachevsky. And then Reyes was Damian Reyes. All right. Okay. With those guys in, also Arbalist, you said Oriole. I don't know if that was intentional earlier. Oh, no, it's Wilga. Oh, Wilga means Oriole. It auto-translated in my chat for me. All right. So with those names in mind, which one do you want first? Who do I scout first? Because we're taking them one at a time. Maybe we'll find some discoverable guys as well later. Do we have one that as a group you guys prefer? No, Arbalist said Reyes. Olachevsky was one that Mala said, and then Carmona came up. Erdman came up. Kind YCS said Grant Richardson's Wilga and Cliff Price. Arbalist said Davis for a second rounder, so I'm guessing you don't think Adam Davis is definitely lower on your personal board, is what you're saying here for me. Whoever kind of picks my first guy to scout who they think is going to be the best. It probably is Damian Reyes, to be honest, because he's at the top of the board. Cliff Price. Okay. Kind said it first, so we're gonna look at Cliff Price first. Let's take a look at Cliff Price first. Second baseman. And we'll see what we get. He's a switch hitter, by the way. As we'll move for the week to week. Ooh, rough week. Rough week right there. We have fallen to 8-6. Cliff Price does drop. That is usually a sign of a worse player. Not a lot of good profile stuff. So we will move away from Cliff Price for now. We will keep him as a possibility. But if he drops, it generally is not a good thing. So, after Cliff Price, who do you guys like the next most? No, I'll just go Damian Reyes because he's the highest on the board otherwise. Carmona, Erdman. Well, Damian Reyes is bad, so. We'll do a Johnny Erdman. Max Meyer, bad start to the season. Logan Henderson, oh my God, guys. Are we the Milwaukee Brewers? Turning him around. Okay, plays Casey on the bench. We'll send Liam Hicks down into the minors. And that will fix the lineup. Now, I don't know if I'm going to put Casey into the lineup. Actually, he's so good against righties. We'll do that for Jacob Marcy, I guess. Yuri Perez is the guys we paid are struggling. Perez and Meyer. I'll just auto it. But everybody else, bottom half of this rotation looks great. Erdman doesn't move. Could be a good player. You guys want Dustin May? I don't think that's $22 million a year for Dustin May. That's a terrible contract. Hell no. Mason Miller is a Kansas City Royal. Yeah, if somebody... Oh, my God. Injuries, man. 2 months. Logan Henderson did start with a 3.11. That's why we have an extra roster spot here. Connolly early. Move Braxton Garrett in the lineup for now. He's doing awful. Reyes might actually be gettable now, but who knows if good enough? Yeah, that is going to be a big question. Probably not. Johnny Erdman jumps up the board. Guys, I think we got a quick answer here. I think we have to circle Johnny Erdman. I got multiple colors now. I bought markers. That's a potential pick here. Now, problem is, we're still at pick 21. So if somebody scouted him for 100%, he's going to be gone. I'm not going to scout any further for accuracy on Erdman, because I think we have him down as just a good pick. We will scout for accuracy if we need... Oh, my God. With his low power, he has to be good. That's generally the trick to it. Next guy we wanted was Carmona. Carmona's going to be bad, but my scouts decide for us. Whoa! Oh yeah, we still have a lot of the guys that we had because we were buying at the deadline last year. All these prospects are here. Michael King available. I'm not going to do it because it doesn't make much sense. Now this division. Oh my God, the Mets. The Mets are 7-33. They have Nolan McLean. They have such an expensive roster for being this bad. You guys want Juan Soto? Juan Soto for Kevin Castillo, straight up. They might actually do it to salary dump to get off the 51 million. They are the worst. That is one of the worst teams I have ever seen. Seven and 33, 6.53 team ERA. My God, unbelievably bad. All right, Carmona's bad. All right, so we'll do Wilga next. All right, was Wilga right fielder? Okay. Let's actually check this. All right, we're gonna do. I want them to offer it to us, right? I don't want to force a trade to get him, but I'll put him on the trade market. It would be interesting. Also, this pitcher is insane. Just taking a look at this dude's profile. He's 5'11". He's a little weird. But the control rating, amazing. The hits per 9, amazing. He's already going to be a 61 to 71 with 89 to 99 potential. That's an amazing pitching prospect. Also, Leonard Wilga might be good. We might be putting Henry Davis on the big board. We can get Martin Perez for Jacob Miller. And Yuri Perez broke his hand. Guys, the injuries this season have been brutal. Good thing we have a lot of pitchers. Oh my God, what is happening to us? Xavier Edwards out for 3 months. Okay, Wilga's not great. That looks like an 86 potential at the top. There. Do we have anybody else from our original big board that we want? Let me check this guy. Not good. We had Olachevsky, I guess we could do. Or we can start looking further down the board. So up to you. Do you guys want to continuously scout the guys on our board like Olachevsky? Or with Johnny Erdman kind of as like the main target right now? Do you want us to look further down the board? Olachevsky does look good, though. All right. You want to see prospects ranked 50 plus? Yeah. All right. Let's do that. So we will go team rank by all. We're going to look 50 to 100. Oh, not team rank. We want MLB rank. So let's jump down. We'll slide all the way down to the top 50. And we ended at Chesick before, so here is the top 50, 50 to 100. Remember, name any names that you guys find interesting, and then we will come back and add them to the big board. 5'10" catcher, 18 years old, out of Venezuela, Fernando Diaz. A lot of pitchers. All right. 5'9", 18-year-old right fielder from Japan, Hiroki Yamamoto. 6'3", 22-year-old center fielder, Estevan Curran. 18-year-old, 6-foot center fielder from Pennsylvania, Willie Stanley. 6-foot, 23-year-old out of Iowa, center fielder, Lewis Olson. I'm going to veto that one, by the way. I'm vetoing that. It's really interesting, though, but I'm vetoing it. All right, 5'9", Chris Almonte, 21-year-old left fielder. This guy was drafted last year, by the way. Second-round pick. 5'9", 20-year-old from Canada, Donnie Obama. 5'8", 21-year-old third baseman, Damon Jones. All right, 6 foot, 19-year-old out of Ohio, right fielder Gabe Volek. 6 foot 1, 20-year-old left fielder, last year's second round pick, Jason Veras. 6 foot 4, 231 pound, 18-year-old out of Dominican Republic, left fielder Juan Aguilar. 5 foot 9, 18-year-old shortstop, Will Quintana. 6 foot 2, 18-year-old Stan Roger, second baseman. 6 foot 5, 18-year-old second baseman Ian Iverson. 6 foot 2, 20-year-old Antone Ozuna, right fielder. Oh my God, that was a mouthful. 6 foot 1, 19-year-old from California, second baseman Joel Gowdy. 6 foot, 18-year-old Californian third baseman Coleman Baird. 5 foot 7, 19-year-old second baseman Dino Beltran. 6 foot 1, 18-year-old first baseman Jimmy Zarate. 5 foot 10, 18-year-old from Wisconsin, first baseman DeAndre Kroger. 6 foot 1, 18-year-old catcher Kurt McIntosh. 5 foot 10, 18-year-old with a great mustache Ben Cedeno. That's a reliever. 6 foot 3, 18-year-old right fielder Roman Escalera. Then we have 5 foot 8, 20-year-old center fielder Richie Vina. 6 foot 2, 20-year-old from Minnesota center fielder Johnny Fredoy. And the last of the top 100, 5 foot 11, 18-year-old center fielder Bill Leonard. Okay. Let me put these names down that you guys said. If you have any more names that you liked, put them down. I know, obviously, you guys want Obama, right? So we're going here. We'll just add over here. Donnie Obama, of course. Fernando Diaz. Then Dino Beltran, Quintana, Willie Stanley. And Quintana. I can't remember what Quintana's first name is. All right, that's what we wanted. I just gotta remember what Quintana's first name was. Where are you, Quintana? Will Quintana. Okay, all right. So the one that you guys said the most first was both of you who are my scouts right now for this one, Mala and Kind. Both said you guys liked Fernando Diaz, so we're going to move right to Fernando Diaz right away. Then we'll come back because you guys both also said Dino Beltran. So we will do those. And maybe we can have less injuries. Because now we have to manage the fact that we have lost our second baseman. Good thing we have A.J. Ewing. And Spencer Horwitz, I guess. So Noah will play second. And I'll throw Stowers in. Injuries this season have been brutal for this team. As we are... Terrence Weber got hurt, so he's not developing. Logan Henderson is injured. Yuri Perez is injured. Xavier Edwards is injured. We are getting beat up right now this season. We swept the Rockies. Max Meyer's injured, but that's just a few days. All right, Diaz could be good. Elias Hoffman, 18-year-old from Missouri, on the discoverable board. Somehow, now they're asking for more. The Tigers really want, or the Texas Rangers really want our prospects. Fernando Diaz! Look at the jump! Great selection, guys. He jumps up to top 6. Fernando Diaz might be a fantastic pick. We're going to see if you guys can go 2 for 2 on this and get Dino Beltran as well. If your next section of guys was perfect. I don't remember what position he was. That discovery is very good. We're not going to scout him at the moment. I'm gonna scout the next guy that you guys wanted. Dino Bambino. And then we can go look at Hoffman. Texas seems to have sold all of those pitchers to somebody else. Aranda gets traded to the Dodgers for Beau Laurent. Jose Soriano traded to the Twins. Man, this is a crazy season. Now Sanoa's injured. Beltran jumps a bunch. There's Duncan Goldie. There's Alberto Cortez from Missouri. And Trey Williams. Oh my God. Because if we don't win this year, it's because our team is apparently made of glass. Dino Beltran is all right. We'll do the Hoffman guy because I know that you guys liked him. Oh, here's Phil Santiago. A shortstop. And Kevin Lehman, who would not be on the board if he was drafted. Non-ranked. All right, so that was an outfielder. Remember which outfielder he was. Elias Hoffman. Michael King is sent to the sent to the White Sox for Dino Alez, Gerald Perez, Jeremy Cherry. No, Lehman can't be that bad, but he might not be worth it. Whenever you see guys who are non-ranked, the only issue is if they stay non-ranked on anybody's board. Like if they don't jump to at least 200. He just won't be draftable. Hoffman jumps up. Okay, let's take a quick June 25th assessment of where we are at. We are currently 7 games behind the Braves. Our offense is phenomenal right now, which is crazy considering where the team is at injury-wise. We are the #1 batting average team with Heriberto Hernandez leading batting average with 317 average. Stowers behind him and Horwitz behind him. Take a look at runs. We're second to the A's because we don't have as much power. Hits, we are #1 in. Brendan Donovan leading the way over Alonso and Stowers. Home runs, where are we at? We're obviously not a great power team, but Pete Alonso's got 27 homers. So we've got some power. That was a problem we had last season. And we're second in RBIs. So when guys get on, they get in. Pete Alonso might be in the race for MVP, by the way. So we'll peep that in a second. Pitching. Our slugging percentage, we're second. My God. Heriberto Hernandez, man. Heriberto Hernandez has been amazing. We're the #1 on-base team over the Boston Red Sox. All right, pitching. We've dealt with a ton of injuries, and we're 13th. So let's take a look at the pitching staff. So Bayo, 3.3. 4.8 for Max Meyer. Braxton Garrett is struggling. We are a slapper team featuring Pete Alonso. When we said last year we said the goal was to build the Royals, the 2015 Royals, and we kind of did. And then, oh my God, Evan Phillips. Okay. So when you take a look at our bullpen, yikes. Our bullpen is not good. So I think we might need some bullpen arms. Lineup-wise, yeah, look at this team. So there's the bench guys. Montez hitting 286. We have 317 from Hernandez, 307 from Stowers, 302 from Horwitz, a 273. Oh my God, he's an 940 OPS. It's a potential MVP candidate. Owen Casey's hitting 300. We've got 278 from Donovan, who leads the team in hits. Whatever. Otto Lopez, 284. Javier Sanoa's hitting 316. The weakness is Joe Mack, who is actually a surprise because he's been very, very good for the last couple of years. Might be a time to call up the guys from the farm. It might be. You might be right. Also, speaking of the farm, Liam Hicks, 358. Cam Canarella, 318. Lombard's hitting 240. 265 from Justin Gonzalez. So 322 from Brian Barron. So if we are to call somebody up, these are the 4 guys: Harrington, Milbrandt, White, and Snelling. I do think that Foucher, I need to trade him then. Need to go. Riley O'Brien is about as capable as, if not worse, than we had last year from Henriquez. Okay. One trade we can make that I can already take a look for is I can look for Jose Ferrer, because I know you guys want him, and I messed it up by not getting him. So he's on the Royals. Man, that would be phenomenal to have. Wish we would have had him. And we could try to just flip Nathan Martorella, I guess, and Adil Amador for him. And we'll see if we can get that deal to happen. Anyways. We need bullpen arms. So let's see who's on the market. Jojo Romero. People really wanted him. He's been really good. I think to do this, we would need to give up... Not Ace Reese. I don't think we give up Ace Reese. He's not doing well, but you don't give up Ace Reese, I don't believe. Maybe Yasel Soler and... That could be a mediocre package for Jojo Romero and all that. Those are two guys that you guys wanted. It would help the bullpen a little bit. I also think we could throw in... We'll throw Foucher in both of these deals because we have to get rid of him. Okay, so neither of those happen. We need to make the deals a little bit better. Evan Phillips is probably gone because he is so bad. They just don't have anything of value. David Lee should probably be in high minors. I agree. We're gonna make some moves here. We have to get rid of Foucher because he has no more options. The A potential 50 overall. You talk about the first baseman, Malcolm Rodriguez or Heath Wagner. Yeah, either of those guys could go too. We will never trade away Trevor Conklin, of course. He's a top 100 prospect. So let's look at Malcolm and go back to, that was the Royals for Jose Ferrer. There you go. Probably gave up too much there. By the way, there's your Trevor Conklin deal. No thanks for Bo Naylor. Okay, so that's one spot. Actually, that's two spots. On the fifth, on the starting lineup. As now we can move Evan Phillips. Who does have does have a lot of money left to go out to him. It might not make a lot of sense to trade him, but he is regressing. So if we can get off of his contract right now, I think we do it. And we'll just try to grab, I guess we'll just do one of these. And then we'll call up, I guess Harrington's probably the one who needs to be up based on just performance so far. Yeah, we'll call Harrington up. Now, Harrington does already have Major League experience. He just hasn't played in a while. And we get Logan Henderson back. Andrew Nardi got sent down. Okay. Okay, all right. Sloppy, but we got it. All right, so Logan Henderson's back in the lineup. As he is now healthy. Oh, we have 27 guys on the roster. I guess we'll send Harrison back down, or Harrington back down. Or I could just... He has years of team control. Okay. We'll send Early back down. That's how we'll fix it for now. Because he's been struggling. It's a weird looking roster right now, but we got the Jose Ferrer deal back fixed. Riley Green got traded for Nate George. We're really struggling with this pitching staff. Elias Hoffman, huge jump. Huge jump. So there's another one on our list of guys. I think we've got enough position players. What we should do is find a closer. Let's see if there's any of these guys that we need to scout that are non-ranked. Unless you guys want one of the top end guys, but I think you would look at Gene Dixon, and we'll just see if he's something. It's been a sloppy season, a lot of injuries. We're still a good baseball team. And let's go to the draft. All right. So, guys on our board here. Let's add those pitchers, because obviously that's great. But we have Fernando Diaz, somebody who was on our board. Dino Beltran was on our board. Cliff Price was on our board, but not really high. Carmona's on our board. Damian Reyes was on our board. Elias Hoffman was on our board. Johnny Erdman was on our board. Wilgo was on our board. It's like this guy is decent. All right. So I'm going to do the same thing I did now. Now we're going to look at starting pitchers. We obviously said Henry Davis originally, but you guys are going to pick any other starting pitchers that you like to possibly add to the board. Let me remove my cam. And we can start listing some names. Let's see if we got any pitchers that you guys like. Henry Davis will be on the board. We just need to decide where his value is. Robbie Murray, 18-year-old starting pitcher from Ohio. Greg Wright, 18-year-old starting pitcher from Ohio. Tyson Fishman, 6'4", 220-pound starting pitcher, 18-year-old from Alabama. Juan Mendez, 5'11", Dominican Republic starting pitcher. Ray Crow, 6 foot, 18-year-old from, what was that, Michigan? High schooler, not fully scouted. Elvis Prater, 18-year-old, 6'5", starting pitcher. Then we have Edmundo Velasco, who is a 6'1", 20-year-old pitcher from Venezuela. We have Charles Reyes, 18-year-old, 5'10", from Louisiana. 18-year-old, 6'5" pitcher Howie Rooney. We have Jimmy Zarco. Did we scout him last year? No, he did not. That was just another guy with the same name. Or maybe in a different video. 18-year-old, 6'4" from Ohio. Reggie Kidd, Non-ranked, 18-year-old, 5'11" from Ohio. Miguel Delgado, non-ranked, 18-year-old from Cuba, 6'3". We have Damon Van Valkenburg, 18-year-old, 5'10", starting pitcher. Danny Famiglietti, who is a 19-year-old, 6'3", starting pitcher. We got a non-ranked Frederick Davidson, 18-year-old from Cuba. Another non-ranked here, and Walter Wong, who is a 19-year-old, 6'4" pitcher from South Korea. Charles Hill, only an 86 potential, by the way, 18-year-old Dutchman. 83 potential, I'm not taking him. Philip Lee, 18-year-old, 6'4" from Chinese Taipei, non-ranked. Jamie Ortega, 19-year-old, 6'2" from, I already forgot where it was. Dave Hopp, non-ranked, 22-year-old from Iowa. Then we have Ramon Fuentes, starting pitcher, 22-year-old from Mississippi. That's 84 potential, 83 potential, 81 potential, 83. Okay, that's it. Said third one is right. I don't know what she said. I don't know what I mean. And we also have Gene Dixon, who I will add to the board as well. So Crow Wong and Greg Wright. Yep. And then obviously Henry Davis, because amazing potential right there. So they go to the board. We like Crow, we like Wong. Davis. And then Greg Wright. Okay. That's the guys you guys want? No other ones? Any other players that you guys wanted? I'll slide a little bit through here in case there's any other names you liked. Gonna see team rank on relief pitchers quick. All right, so we have pick 21, 57, 71. What are we gonna do for the first round? So we need to evaluate our first round pick now based on the names that we put on our board. So back to our big board. If I take a look at the big board, we had Erdman, Diaz, were the two giant jumpers. I think were the two that really went up. Then we obviously have the pitchers like Crow, Wong, Henry Davis, and Eric Wright. Taking a look back at it, I think Erdman and Diaz were the two that were rated the highest. So if you were to look at those guys, and then obviously Henry Davis, which ones would you prefer? There's Johnny Erdman, who we did not fully scout for accuracy's sake, but did jump the board from 26 up to 8. Good contact, right fielder. Can play the other outfield positions. Pretty quick. Just kind of a mediocre defensive thing with a good bat. He is projected 26 or 8. 92 peak potential. Then we have Fernando Diaz, catcher, who does have a little higher potential range. Great bat. Really no other fundamental traits outside the bat. 18-year-old, 5'10", 94 potential as a catcher. Can't play any other positions than catcher. So if we brought him in, he would likely be a DH, thinking of the players we have on our team. And then there's Henry Davis, who is top guy, non-ranked. But you never know, because with non-ranked guys, anybody can find them. There is also Elias Hoffman, who also jumped. up to 36. I don't believe anybody else saw a massive jump. Dino Beltran jumped up to 55. So the question is, if we look at our team ranking, we have pitchers here. Which one do you guys like the most? How would you rank the order of prospects so I can know how to rank our big board here? You guys want to give me your list of how you would rank them? That'll make it really easy, and I'll be able to jump in and just rank them. So between probably Erdman, Diaz, Hoffman, and Davis, I think are the top picks. So Arbalist likes Erdman, Davis, then Diaz. Kind YCS says Davis, Erdman, Diaz, Beltran, then Hoffman. Okay. I'll let Mala come in and say anything. I don't know if anybody else is really here. We've kind of dipped a little bit in viewers. Erdman, Diaz, Davis, Beltran, Hoffman from Mala. Okay. Just based on ranked picks, based on what you three have said, I would say that means Erdman, Davis, Diaz, Beltran, Hoffman. Okay. Erdman, Davis, Diaz, Beltran, Hoffman. Be prepared as we jump into this draft. Catcher is lower and you're skeptical of his pitch mix. Okay. So get ready. You know that as the draft goes, our timer will shrink. So I'm going to ask for picks real fast on guys. As we get to pick 57, 71, 100, 129, 158, 187. And you're going to need to just give me the name that you like the most. If I don't get a name within the minute timer, I'm just going to pick. What? All right. As we go to our draft, let's hope that Erdman makes it down to 21. We are going to do a skip because we did make the playoffs. So we will skip. We'll watch the first three: Colorado, Tampa, and Kansas City. And then we will see. Fletcher Dodson goes number 1. Number 2 pick, Fernando Diaz. So off the board, Diaz is not available. Tampa takes the catcher. Olszewski, somebody originally on our board, goes number 3. We will jump ahead to our pick. And it looks like I will remove my face quick. Johnny Erdman went pick 16. So Henry Davis is the top pick here. You guys still like Henry Davis, knowing that he was the second guy on our board. Diaz went number 2. Erdman went 16. See, Dino Beltran is still possible. Just a few other guys to look at, potentially. Fishman, Crow. Then Zarco, Kidd, Del Gaudio, Van Valkenburg, Elias Hoffman, Leonard Wilga. Little lower ceiling for Wilga. Otherwise, we will just take Davis. He is only a 3-man pitch mix, but he's got fantastic stats. Just unless there is anybody else that you guys want to take, I think we will just take Davis. Beltran is ranked, I think it said 55. We have pick 57. So fully scouted, he is 55. If I recall correctly. But he started at 91. So there's a very good chance he is available at pick 57. Okay, so kind saying stick to the board is essentially what you're saying. All right. We're going to do it. We're going to stick to the board. Henry Davis, we take a pitcher in the first round. Will Dino Beltran be available in the second? Yes, he will. Dino Beltran in the second. Will Elias Hoffman be available in the third? He is. Now, before we do Elias Hoffman, Is there anybody else we like on the board that we scouted? Because he's non-ranked, obviously. Are we just going safe? I think you guys just want to go safe. We'll just take Elias Hoffman. Okay. Now, before we get to our next pick, which will be in a little bit, pick 100. We have to get the next guy on our board. We can go with any of the starting pitchers. I know we had Walter Wong as a potential guy on our board. There is still some relievers here. There's the closer, Gene Dixon. And then you can kind of start risking it a little bit. There's also some other non-ranked guys like Alberto Cortez, who we might be able to take just very late. Duncan Goldie. You can go with like a Keith Stratton and get somebody who's just kind of a guarantee. Is Hop good? I mean, he's 94 to 99 potential. So no matter what, you guys are getting an extremely high potential player. But he's really far away. And he's old. So he is good. It's a guarantee on that. But is he valuable? Or would you like somebody like Reggie Kidd? There's also players still here that we talked about a while ago that might still be there, like Jimmy Zarate. Or I don't remember if there's any others here. Lots of stamina pass, but we're not talking about a guy who's probably going to play for us. That's the thing. They're so far away. Here is Kidd, home runs per 9, stamina, hits per 9 versus left. Okay. There's also obviously Gene Dixon. Might be a little bit too good to be true. But we do need closers. Also, our non-ranked guy was not available. And the other two guys you had on the board were Walter Wong and Gene Dixon. So next pick at pick 100, we can either take a non-ranked guy. We could take a swing at somebody else that's sitting here. But we have enough non-ranked guys that we can take kind of any of them. Nixon looks way too good to be the closing pitcher. Well, don't worry, he got taken. So, it doesn't matter. We can't take him. We do not get a closer. He goes 10 picks before us. All right. Hop for a trade stash. No other players you guys want to just take, like Ben Cedeno, and take a swing on somebody that is on the board? Keith Stratton or Keaton Stratton. Take a swing at Henry Rosales. I don't know. Yastrzemski. Steve Gabriel. Okay. Otherwise, it looks like I'll probably be doing Hop Kid Wong for 3, 4, 5, and then we'll just see whatever is available at 6 based on your guys' assertions. So we'll do Dave Hop. Sorry, I made the move a little bit too quick. I should have waited, as you guys said, Stratton. Yep, I should have waited. My bad. I made the pick right away because I wasn't sure. Okay. Not a lot of choices here. You want Frederick Davidson, Philip Lee, Art Woodson? Which one? I think I would take Frederick Davidson personally. We could take a look at Stratton after the draft and all that too. There's also a chance he has a very, very high potential. And then we just don't know as well. Okay. All right. So despite being absolutely demolished injury-wise, at the All-Star break, we are 6 games behind the Braves. For All-Stars, my God, Trevor Rogers has a 2.77 ERA in Colorado. We have no pitchers. We got Pete Alonso. I don't think he's winning MVP because, oh my God, Bryce Harper. Curtis Mead. Okay, we have one. We have Pete Alonso. We have one All-Star. How's he doing in the MVP race? Is he in it? No, Michael Busch is leading it over Paredes, who is a Dodger. Oh my God. This trade that we made looks worse and worse every day. The Mitch Keller deal looks worse and worse every single day. That is insane that he got that good that fast. Okay, we're still... yeah, we did. We talked about it at the beginning of the stream before we started. I spent about an hour talking about the trade moves that happened. That's actually why we're probably actually only going to get through, I think, 1 season today. Because I spent so much time talking about that. Get Tyler Holton. Oh, Soto's injured. Guys, the Soto dreams are dead. Evan Phillips for anything. Need to put him on the trade block. Somebody want Evan Phillips just so I don't have to waive him. Just so I don't have to pay him $5 million. Evan Phillips for whoever wants him on their roster. Oh my God, it's Xavier Edwards. We weren't looking at this. What a phenomenal season he was having before he got hurt. If he doesn't go down, dude, don't want the guys having to pay for soda. No. What if we do, oh, we did that one. See if they take that, please. All right, boom. Evan Phillips is gone. Salary dump, we had to attach 2 prospects to it, but whatever. These were not guys we drafted. These were guys we randomly picked up. And we get the best Mets bullpen arm. And Tobias Myers. Fixed. Bullpen, hopefully fixed. Bullpen hopefully fixed, and we are only 5 games behind the Braves, despite still not having Xavier Edwards. Contract extensions. I don't want to sign Logan Henderson. We won't, though. We're not going to sign any extensions for anybody here. Maybe Heriberto. He's so good. He only wants 12 million a year. We'll sign that extension. And there's your Jose Ferrer thing, so I don't mess that up. Because I don't want to mess that up again for you. So we signed some extensions. Looking at the team now that fixes the bullpen, we just need to be healthy. We've got the assets. We just need to be healthy. The team is playing well as we just kind of deal with our injuries on the roster. Yuri is back. We'll send Harrington back down again. Harrington just bouncing back and forth as Yuri goes back into the lineup. Dude, the Brian Bayo Rule 5 pickup, massive for this team. All right, Henry Davis will easily sign. Reggie Kidd will easily sign. Elias Hoffman, easily sign. No Walter Wong. Can't believe you didn't take that, buddy. Frederick Davidson, doesn't take it. Guys, I think we fixed our pitching in the farm. We got a lot of pitchers. Keep Xavier down for now. Life is going to be good when Xavier Edwards comes back from injury. That's really what we're saying here. As soon as Xavier comes back, dude. Here, he got the platelet injection. Sign the contracts. Sign the contracts. We're hot. We're hot, baby. They want to give us a terrible second baseman for a top 100 prospect. No thanks. We are 3 games behind the Dodgers. We fixed the bullpen. Also, Dino does not look that good. We're red hot, baby. Look at the wins. Look at them roll in. Evan Phillips is off the team, and we started winning games. Okay, we lost. And we got him back. And we got him back. Xavier's back. So we're going to send Hicks back down. We don't need a backup catcher. We really should, because Joe Mack has been bad this year. But it's Xavier time. My God. Where do you even put him? This team's so deep. Okay, all right. Okay, we got to figure out where we put him here. Where do you put a man when the entire lineup's hitting over 300, except for Otto Lopez? Oh my God. Got red hot and got Xavier back in time to take the lead. Yeah, and I'm just struggling to decide where you put him in the lineup. I mean, I think it's Horwitz. Oh my God, but Horwitz is so good though. Because I'm not taking Otto Lopez out. He's the best. He's like the best defensive player. We'll be doing a Padres rebuild soon. I've got a lot of rebuilds to get through. But yeah, the hope is that I will. That's a good point. But it's not like Xavier Edwards is a much better defensive player either. 75 defense. I mean, that's fine. He just has an 887 OPS. So you're like, who do you take out of this lineup? And you can't take... we were not trading Otto Lopez. Lefties is probably easier because you just say you're taking out Casey. Donovan is the worst hitter. He's hitting 281, but he was at one point leading the league in hits. I'm not trading Horwitz. Horwitz has no value. He's just... We have nothing that we need. Like, what are we trading him for? I almost want the extra bat with how injury prone we've been. Let's see here. Sanoa probably. Okay, this is what we do. Stowers out there. Second base, Xavier Edwards. Sanoa will come out. Sanoa's the one who I think that's kind of fluky. The 920s. Oh my God, but he's so good though. Trade Donovan for a catcher. We're honestly just having an unlucky season from Joe Mack because Joe Mack has been really good for the past 2 seasons. You move Horwitz to third base. Donovan goes to super utility. It's not a terrible idea to just put Donovan on the bench for now. It's crazy to put a guy with 98 contact on the bench, though. But you know what? Sanoa does have 92 clutch on the bench. And he's a utility. Sanoa will be our... This is fine. Sanoa will be our utility. Donovan and him can both do it, but technically... Sanoa has more utility. We'll put him as a utility guy. Yeah, I wouldn't know what to do because like the weak part of our team is the top end of our rotation right now. So I'm not getting that much back for Horwitz. I gotta fix this naturally because they do stupid stuff. Yeah, 147, double A. So that changes things. Yeah, it's Kevin Peralta. That's the trade. He's injured though. He's injured. Remember, we have to make the playoffs first. When was his most recent game? How long has he been out? Since July 4th. So we wouldn't get him till September, probably. I wonder if we could get him for less. Let's take a look at the injured report. He's out for a month and a half. That's a chip-winning move. 100% it is. Let's hold 1 day on Soto. Because my thought is Thomas White's not a bad guy to get rid of here. Of the pitchers, I think he's probably the one you'd get rid of. But what if we do Kevin DeFrank instead of Sanoa? Because we need him. They need prospects. We capitalize on the prospects. We give him DeFrank, Ace Reese, Justin Gonzalez, because I don't want Kevin Peralta. And Alfonso Santos. Okay, we have to be real careful then. That might be a move. We didn't have to give up anybody in our lineup. Justin Gonzalez is gone. Ace Reese is gone. Alfonso Santos. Kevin DeFrank is gone. That's fine. They're going to get those players. We get Juan Soto for prospects. Man, we are broke. That is going to be an insane addition in a month and a half. Now, if we need to save money, we can send Sanoa for something in the offseason. We save Sanoa's value. And we trade prospects that we didn't really want. I mean, Ace Reese, I think, is really good. I will say that. But we don't need him with the teams that we have. Because we got Brian Barron coming. Wow. All right. Well, we have Juan Soto on the team. And for the draft, Henry Davis, 95 potential. So, oh my, look at the stats, though. He might not be a good pitcher in regards to like an actual pitch mix. But when you talk about stats, It's benign. Control, stamina. I mean, stamina doesn't matter, but that's fantastic. Terrible pitch mix. Terrible pitch mix. Dino Beltran, not good. Decent bat, but he's just not really going to be he'll be a serviceable bench guy. Could actually be pretty good, but he probably won't make the majors at any point. Elias Hoffman, a little too far away, but 91 potential. Not bad. Dave Hopp, 98 potential. Just a little bit worse than we could have had. Reggie Kidd, 93 potential. Perfect trade assets right here. Actually, all three of them. Frederick Davidson was not much, but Henry Davis ends up being good. Let's take a look at some of the other guys we looked at. Damian Reyes was somebody who we originally had on our board. So, Damian Reyes was somebody who we talked about. Didn't talk about him at all. Louis Betts was not on the board. How did they have 2 total picks? Okay. Let's see. Anybody else we have on our board that we're interested? Oh my God. That's the second time that guy hasn't signed. Greg Wright was an 87 potential. Estevan Curran, 95 potential. Center fielder. Terrible pick for the Colorado Rockies. Getting a 70 potential as the first overall pick. Jimmy Zarco. I don't think we had any of these guys on our board. Which one? Which one? There's Alberto Cortez. Dominic Reeves wasn't somebody we looked at. Willie Stanley was somebody we looked at. Not picked. Or not signed. So many guys unsigned, by the way. Fernando Diaz, second overall pick, 91 potential, was a phenomenal pick. That's a very, very good player. So would have been a nice pick, I think. If he obviously he wasn't a choice for us here. Nobody there. Tyson Fishman wasn't anybody that we had there. I don't think anybody we looked at on that team. Nobody we looked at there. Olachevsky. Pretty good player. Decent player. We got the better player, but honestly, good player right there. Nobody we looked at there. Johnny Erdman. Wasn't as good as Diaz. So if you look back at the board, technically we got Davis was the best of the 3. Then it was Diaz, then Erdman. So we can go back and look at who had that board the closest, but ends up being I think we did the right thing here. Keaton Stratton would have been the pick. Oh my, Robbie Rice, 99 potential. Okay. I think we did great. We got a top end prospect there. How long until we get Soto back? As we start to struggle in the month of August, we are now 9 games behind. What's the wild card race looking like right now? Right now, this is going to be a tight wild card race. We are ridiculously better than these other teams inside this wild card race. And we have Juan Soto. Soto should be back soon, in the next month or so. Why are we struggling here? Henderson's struggling. We'll swap him and Max Meyer for now. Bullpen is looking better. I'm guessing the lineup must have really cooled off here. Xavier Edwards cooled off. Sanoa's cooled off. Heriberto cooled off. Yeah, so everybody cooled off is the answer. We couldn't have the most insane offense all season, right? But we can put it back together. Especially when we get Juan Soto in the lineup. Anthony Bender is injured. We'll just keep him active because we're coming up on September. For September call-ups, we will call up. I don't want to waste options or anything. I've got to call up 2 guys and then send 1 back down. So I think we're going to call up Thomas Harrington again. We don't. We are going to have to sell so much to make this team function next offseason. How is Joe Mack doing war-wise? 1.8. How was Liam Hicks doing? 0.2. Okay, there's our 28, and we'll get Soto back into the lineup then afterwards. I think we're gonna just to make a change quick, we're gonna put Hicks as a starter against righties just for a little while, just to just mix it up a bit. As we are 7 games out, and it's gonna be a tight one. We were looking at the division possibly at the All-Star break. And a sweep, a 4-game sweep of the Phillies will help. Especially because that's a team we are fighting for this division for. Or for this wild card spot for. We get to thankfully we have to play the Mets. But this is a tough schedule to end the season. We need to keep winning. Seattle next. Mitch Keller on the mound for Seattle. We lose. Okay, we lose the series to Seattle. Soto's still not back. Can we beat Philly again? Anthony Bender is back. Hey, going 6-1 against Philly in the last month. Take a 5-game gap on the Phillies, by the way. Huge. We're just going to do the same thing to the Cubs. Too bad we only had to play the Mets twice. We get those 2 games. This is a really hard schedule at the end of the season, but we're now 5 games back of the Braves. And I think we might, as long as we hold it together. There's a win. And we go 2-2 against the Braves. Soto still not back, by the way. Or is he? Soto's back. Soto's not on the 40-man. Welcome back, Juan Soto. Let's get you let's get you acclimated, buddy, to the lineup. Let's get you acclimated. Who we sending down? AJ Ewing, your former teammate? You're going down to the minors. Let's put Soto in this lineup and just see how things change. Sorry, Spence. Soto hasn't played in a while, you know. He does have 25 home runs on the season, by the way. So we'll DH him in front of Pete Alonso. Are we Met South right now? Maybe. And we'll take Marcy out and put in Juan Soto. Swap out the... Hey, we're only 5 games back. What do we got? He was... I don't know. He might not be playoff eligible. That's a rough way. Come on. Are we clinched at least? We are clinched. $91-71. We are a wild card team. Let's take a look. Michael Bush is the MVP, beating out Mickey Hey, somebody, you know, your boy Mickey Moniak was an MVP candidate for the Cincinnati Reds. That Junior Caminero, 60 home runs, 135 RBIs. Junior Caminero, 10.3 WAR. Oh my God. That team sucked, too. Max Fried wins the Cy Young. Joe Ryan wins it for the Cubs. Oh my, I hate them. And we had nobody there. Okay, league leaders, average, Harper. Our team was just really good, I think, across the board. If we take a look at... There's a chance, by the way. That we don't have Juan Soto for the playoffs. Do you guys want to fire me yet as GM? We don't need him. We have Javier Sanoa. We don't need him. We have Javier Sanoa. We have Javier Sanoa. We don't need him. Make sure everybody's on the team except for him. Okay. Pitching rotation, 4-7-4. The starting lineup was pretty bad. That's so annoying. The game does that. No way he would have made waivers. Yeah. Oh, Robbie Snelling shouldn't be up. That's the player that's up. That shouldn't be. We'll add Braxton Garrett back to the playoff roster because we need a lefty. Goodbye, Snelling. Snelling should be in the lineup next year. It doesn't matter. If we don't win this year, we'll win next year. Which I'll probably do sometime this week, by the way. All right, so from the pitching staff's perspective, starters were decent. Soroka and Mize were really good. Soroka was a fantastic addition, 14-4 with the 3.39. Like, glad we stuck with him. Bayo, just a great Rule 5 pickup. He was much better. He struggled the last half of the season. Yuri and Max Meyer put together a better second half. Logan Henderson and Braxton Garrett. Logan Henderson started off really good, cooled off. Garrett started off really bad, warmed up. Bullpen, fantastic after we fixed it. Lineup-wise, I guess we'll go Sanoa there. No, they sent down Horwitz. We'll call Horwitz back up, and we'll send Ewing down. And this will be... We'll go Montez. Why not? Okay, lineup-wise, when you take a look at the actual team, Alberto Hernandez, a phenomenal season, 874 OPS, 4.5 WAR, 288 average, 26 home runs. Great season from him. Pete, dude, 47 home runs, 124 RBIs, 259 average, only 2.4 WAR. Probably needs to be a DH because that means he was so bad defensively. 19 errors at first base. Yeah. Stowers, 308, 39 home runs, 104 RBIs. Xavier Edwards missed a lot of the season, but still did pretty good. Montez, whatever. Otto Lopez, 18 home runs, 283 average, 802 OPS. Got that up, 5.7 WAR. He's one of the best players in the team. Actually, I think by WAR, that means he was, unless Stowers was higher. No. So Lopez is the best player on the team. 277 19 for Donovan. Sanoa was very good. Mac struggled. Against righties, by the way, Hicks did do way better. Soto in the last month, it's hard to tell. 298, 942 OPS on the season, 2.8 WAR. He only got 0.1 WAR, I think, for us in that last week. So after we brought him up, 5 hits in 6 games. I was wondering why I didn't get an alert about him. That makes so much more sense that he was not on the 40-man. So, all right. We are the 5 seed this year. We have a fantastic roster. We have a great pitching staff. Yuri, Max Meyer, and Soroka against Brady Singer, Zach Gallen, and Corbin Burns for the playoffs. If we take a look at the rest of the playoff bracket, let me hide my camera here. Winner will take on Atlanta, who we lost to last year. That winner will take on, maybe Milwaukee or something like that. Okay. So, let's see how we do against Arizona. Actually, let's do a little scouting report of the Arizona Diamondbacks. The Arizona Diamondbacks. They have Cattell. They have Corbin Carroll. They have Kerry Carpenter, who had 39 home runs. Gabriel Moreno is still their catcher. They have Blake Mitchell somehow. Terrible first baseman. They have Kazuma Akamoto at third. Perdomo's was not good this year. Ian Happ in left. Waldschmidt in center. Okay, we are the better team. We are the better team. See what we got. Game 1. Perez versus Singer. Big victory. 13-1 victory. If we take a look at it, we got a home run from Horwitz, Alonso, Stowers, 5 RBIs from Spencer Horwitz. Glad we brought him back in the lineup. Did he hit like a grand slam or something like that? Hard to tell, but it could have been. Lead off grand slam for Spencer Horwitz. All right, we get game 1. Meyer versus Gallen. Game 2 in Arizona. Boom. Easy victory. We win 5-4. This bullpen is better this season than last year. And AJ Puck gets the victory. Great game for us. Riley O'Brien gets the save. Liam Hicks was a good call to bring him into the righty lineup. Glad we brought him back up. Glad we signed him again after trading him. Was that the Alcantara deal, I think? All right. We have Atlanta next. They've got Skubal. Let's see what the playoff bracket looks like. It is A's, Orioles. 3 AL West teams, essentially. A's, Orioles, then Mariners versus Astros. Cubs, Brewers, and then us against Atlanta. What does Atlanta's roster look like? We saw that they have Skubal. We're going to win this World Series like it's 2021 and Acuna is injured. They have Acuna, 99 overall. Skubal, Cade Smith, Drake Baldwin's really good. J.R. Ritchie's up. Spencer Strider's a 90. Taylor Ward, they have. They got Ben Joyce. This team's ridiculous. This team is so deep. I guess the way we win is luck. That's how we win. We win by luck. This team is so much better than us. How did they do on the season, by the way? They are stacked. We look stacked. They are so much more stacked than us. They did go 98. They had 98 wins. They are the #1 ranked team in baseball. We're definitely the underdogs in this matchup. It is going to be Soroka on the mound versus Skubal. Then it will be Mize versus Strider and Bayo versus Ritchie. Game 1 in Atlanta. Soroka versus Skubal. We lose 1-0 in a pitcher's duel. In the 8th, we had that. Soroka goes 7 before giving up 1 run. They had... Dude, he gave up 4 hits. We're stacked, they're stacked. They had a double from Baldwin and essentially an RBI single from Matt Olson. Okay, game 2 in Atlanta is going to be Casey Mize versus Spencer Strider. Can we win a game in Atlanta? Let's take it off of them. We can. 8-2. It's a 1-1 series. We win a game in Atlanta. Spencer Horwitz with a home run. Alonso, Casey with a home run. Liam Hicks gets an RBI. Stolen base from Stowers. Casey Mize, a great game. And the bullpen, giving up no runs. Give up the runs in this one. Spencer Strider did. They also have the Tampa Bay Rays bullpen. Okay. Brian Bayo versus J.R. Ritchie. First game here in Miami. We lose that one. Bayo struggles right there. Home run from Ward. Home run from Olson. We did get a home run from Alonso and Lopez. But it looks like Olson's home run was just a lot bigger. As he had 1 hit. It was a grand slam. So we lost because Matt Olson hit a grand slam. We're down 2-1. It's going to be Yuri versus Didier Fuentes in game 4. We get it. Jose Ferrer getting the victory. That means it was a bullpen game. Baldwin had a home run. Their bullpen blew it. Lange blows the save. Ben Joyce gives up 3 runs. That would have been an Liam Hicks with a homer. Liam Hicks hit a walk-off. Liam Hicks hit a walk-off in that game. If I remove it, they blew the save. In the bottom of the 9th, Liam Hicks hit a 3-run home run. What a game. That's going to make it game 5. Max Meyer versus Skubal. We're not going to jump in. We will jump in if we make it to the championship series. That would be still not determined. Cubs or Brewers. Meyer versus Skubal. Game 5. For a chance to go to the championship series in 2028. 11-0 victory. We win. We're taking on the Cubs like it's 2003. 11-0. Home run from Lopez. Home run from Donovan. 7 RBIs from Pete Alonso. The team you guys have built. He tried to steal a base. Max Meyer strikes out 11 in 7 innings. We have the Chicago Cubs up next. Against Cy Young Award winner Joe Ryan. What a pitching staff. It's going to be Ryan, Gore, then Gilbert. We have Juan Soto sitting in AAA. It's 2021. And Ronald Acuna is injured. That's what we're talking about. Okay. Joe Ryan. Struggling a little bit. Let's see what their lineup looks like. So they've got Ryan, Gilbert, Gore, Imanaga, Cade Horton. They have Cody Bradford. Phil Matten in the bullpen. Palencia, and they have Clase. See, Clase is throwing games. That's why. Moises Ballesteros as their catcher. Michael Busch, the MVP. Remember, they have the MVP and the Cy Young. They have Nico Horner. They have Bregman. They have Young Muncy. Swanson. Hamilton. Carlson. Spencer Steer. PCA. Alcantara. Nimmo. If you look at the hitting, that means that that was a pitcher's duel of a series against Milwaukee, which makes sense because they hit horribly. They have had to face the Dodgers pitching staff and the Brewers pitching staff. And now they get ours. Can you imagine being like, all right, so we had to face Yamamoto, we had to face Ohtani, we had to face Snell, then we had to face Miz, Harrison. Who do we got next? Oh, it's game 1 of the NLCS. We're so stressed. We have to play against Michael Soroka. All right, what do we got, boys? Can we take down the Cubs like it's 0-3? Soroka versus Ryan, game 1 in Miami. We have home field advantage. Soroka versus Ryan. Yeah, we did not hit off of Joe Ryan. Michael Busch hit a home run. Steer did. We got a few hits, though. I mean, it just Soroka got lit up. Bullpen looks good, though. But Joe Ryan still gave up 7 hits. We just couldn't seem to score. Couldn't seem to get guys in. All right. Casey Mize versus Mackenzie Gore. Game 2 here in Miami. It's another loss. Man. Can't get anything going. Can't get runs in. Mize gives up 3. Bullpen pitched phenomenally again. We just gave up a home run to Bregman. Essentially, that was it. We gave up a 3-run home run to Bregman. Okay, we got to go to Chicago. We got to win some games. It's Brian Bayo versus Logan Gilbert in Chicago for game 3. Yikes. Yikes. We had one extra base hit. It was Owen Casey's double. Nimmo hit a 2-run home run as they gave up 6 hits total. We are down 0-3 to the Cubs. Yuri Perez versus Shota Imanaga. Can we make sure we don't get swept? Can we score more than 1 run in this playoff series? We scored 3 total. Look, the Cubs don't have a good offense. We just had none. We had no offense at all. We had no offense to speak of once it got to this series. We spent all of our offense against the Braves. I mean, the Cubs have the Cy Young and the MVP. And they end up winning the World Series. So, the Cubs win in 6. World Series MVP, Spencer Steer. Yeah, AJ Puck gave up a walk-off. Our bullpen finally had some run support, and they blew it. Whatever. Ballesteros was the NLCS MVP. Cal Raleigh was the ALCS MVP, as it was Cubs Mariners. And Cubs pulled it off. Cubs are back on top. But don't worry. In 2029, we're going to have Juan Soto to add to this team. Maybe that would have been enough. Maybe that would have been what we needed. I mean, when we take a look at our lineup. But, I mean, when you think about it, it was Horwitz in that spot. Horwitz played great. I mean, we run it back with Soto. So next year we run it back with Soto. We figure out what we have to do for the pitching staff and what we have to do financially. I will let you guys know when I'm going to stream this next. I'm going to the Brewers game tomorrow. Oh, are the Cubs final rankings? Yeah, let's take a look at them. So, Cubs, terrible offense, by the way. Awful offensively. But their pitching staff was great. Take a look at standings. The Cubs, who snuck in as the last spot, only 2 games up on the Phillies. 6th ranked, 12th in contact. 6th in pitching, 3rd in defense. So they got good pitching, they got good defense. That's enough, usually. Especially because they lost out to the Brewers. Yeah, they just pitched phenomenally in the postseason. Which is what you need to do, right? I mean, we were the underdogs here of all the teams that were here. I guess the Royals, but they didn't really belong. Anyways, and then we'll hold off there. So we'll come back. I'm going to the Brewers game tomorrow, so we won't see me do this tomorrow. I might work on my might work on the Rays video a little bit tomorrow. Then I'll probably come back sometime during the week as we go for year 4. We try to win it. We'll get through the offseason way faster because honestly, the thing we didn't have was Juan Soto. We pitched great. The bullpen was great. The lineup was great. We just have to maybe shed some cash at the beginning. Figure out what we're going to do. Will do. So that'll be that for now. We'll see what other moves happen during the deadline too. So if there's a lot of, I think that's why, if there's a lot of other moves that happen tomorrow morning, a lot of other trades that happen, you will see me like Wednesday. If not, maybe a little bit later in the week. yeah, we will have no money to spend on the next video. So, all right, everybody, have a great night. And thank you for watching. Thank you for sticking around.